Hey, Brian, could you add podium? Okay, thank you.
James. Hey, hi, Patty, how are you?
Good.
Good, yeah, for sure. I'm sure it's a proud day, right?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm wondering if it's a first for the city.
That's true. That's true. Good. Well, it's gonna
Same seat.
There you
It is in
go.
the same house.
Hey, that works,
It
right?
does work. It works well. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Well, it's a nice day for it, that's for sure, right?
Great meeting.
Yeah.
We're all done. Let's get started. It's a lot like a festival.
I should guess that it was the 19th.
No, my son.
Okay, I was trying to fix that. 2, 2, 3, 3 together. Okay, good.
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will open up the city council regular meeting and call it to order. Time is 7 o'clock. Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call.
Please cast your vote for roll call. Seven council members are present, Mayor.
Thank you, Tyler. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome everyone to tonight's city council meeting. Before we begin and get into the business tonight, I wanted to take some time during my comments to remember and reflect. This Saturday represented the 20th anniversary of the tragic events of September 11th. Nearly 3,000 people were killed when hijackers and Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda terror network rammed 4 commercial jets into the World Trade Center towers in New York City, the Pentagon, and the Pennsylvania. And went through 9/11. The day's events will forever be emblazoned in our consciousness, a terrible tragedy we can and won't forget. I had the honor this Saturday of participating in a September 11th remembrance ceremony hosted by in Saturday's intentional morning of prayer, reflection, and a true expression of gratitude toward our first responders and servicemen and women. It was truly a special and memorable morning. During the ceremony, everyone who walked from the eternal flame received a card. I have it, one that I received here today, with the names of those who died during the attacks, some of the names. Our mission was to remember and pray for the people and families affected as we walked. As we walked down Military Avenue, lined with the Avenue of Flags, you couldn't help but remember the story of each person listed on the card and their families, and the bravery and courage of our first responders and loved ones in our own lives we may have lost due to tragedy. The words at the top of the card gave comfort, saying, "We will not forget you. We will stand with you. You will not be alone." May all of us remember with love and compassion that day. May we grieve with those who still mourn and share memories with those who cannot forget. And may we draw strength from those who bravely responded and gave their lives to save others. May we stand with strangers who became neighbors that day and remember their generosity and hospitality. And may we never forget those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. Moving on to item 1. Motion to adopt the current agenda for the September 14th, 2021 regular meeting. Are there any changes to the agenda from council or staff? Councilman Yerger.
Yes, I'd like to have item 2 moved back in the agenda to ahead of the executive session item 21. And item 3 to be after executive session item 21 at the end of the meeting.
Are there any other changes to the agenda? Councilman Jensen?
Correct me if I'm wrong, if I am not mistaken, doing that would prevent this council person from voting on anything else in this agenda.
That is
That would be
correct.
correct, yeah.
I will not support that.
Councilman Legband?
If you wanted to move it, I would not object to moving 21 up to number 2. But I don't see why we need to move everything back. So I'm with Mark. I will not vote in favor of this.
Is there any other comments in regards to the agenda? The motion is to move item 2 behind in front of 21, 2 and 3 ahead of 21. 2 ahead, 3 after 21. Thank you for that clarification. Is everybody clear on that? I also don't agree with that change as well, as this would prevent the person from voting if confirmed, just for the record. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Take a motion to adopt the current agenda for the September 14th, 2021 regular meeting. Councilman Legband,
Make a motion to adopt the current agenda.
Councilman Gibson,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 2, consider appointment of council member to Ward 3. So I'd like to just give a little background in regards to this item. Back on August 11th, I received the formal resignation of Councilman Mike Coons, notified City Council. At the next regular City Council meeting on August 31st, City Council formally accepted the resignation, and pursuant to state law, the city clerk provided the formal notice of vacancy in the newspaper. Citizens in Ward 3 were able to apply in person at the municipal building with a letter of intent and resume up until close of business on Friday, September 10th. I received 4 applications for the Ward 3 vacancy. The names and letters of intent for each of those 4 applicants were included in the council packet that you all received Friday evening. Though not a requirement, I conducted an in-person interview with each applicant, as well as called them yesterday, thanking them for applying and notifying each of them of my intentions. Tonight, I am pleased to be appointing James Vaughn to fill the vacancy and represent City Council Ward 3. James Vaughn is a 7th generation resident of Dodge County and a nearly lifelong resident of Ward 3. 2017, James was selected from a group of District 7 residents to fill the vacancy on the Dodge County Board of Supervisors, where he served faithfully through 2018. Based on his Fremont history and experience, I have no doubt James will serve Fremont and represent the constituents of Ward 3 to the highest standard. I would ask the City Council tonight for your approval. Councilman Yerger.
Let me start by saying that comments in regard to this agenda item are directed towards the process and not towards Mr. Vaughn in any way. The filling of an open city council seat is unlike any other appointment. The public and the council need to respect that the mayor has the right to make such an appointment, but the mayor and city legal counsel also need to acknowledge that with mutual respect, that it's the right and obligation of the city council to make an informed approval. I'm disappointed that we're not actually going to be able to do that very effectively. To do that, the council needs to be allowed to make some informed decisions about the applicant who will be appointed to the ward vacancy as well as to the entire city. So my question is this, city legal, is it your legal opinion that the city has adhered to the Open Meetings Act rules in regard to the posting, public disclosure, and actions being taken on this agenda item? That is, specifically, is it your legal opinion that this agenda item meets the sufficiently descriptive requirements of the act.
Absolutely.
So I draw your attention to 84-1411 that reads, the agenda items shall be sufficiently descriptive to give the public realistic notice of the matters to be considered at this meeting. And also the Attorney General's opinion relative to specifically the agenda items and his ruling with regards to the intent of the change in 84-11 sub E was to require public bodies to include sufficient detail in their agendas regarding the issues to be discussed and acted on. You agree? That's the Attorney General's interpretation. Would you agree with his interpretation?
I agree that you just read from a document that you claim is the Attorney General's opinion, but sure.
Somebody check, would you agree to it?
I'm not sure what your point is, but what I'm telling you is the agenda is sufficiently stated to give public notice.
Is it also your legal opinion that the term consider used in the
For any
agenda?
other, if you want any more opinions on this, you could have consulted me before the meeting.
I'm just asking for the definition of section 84-11. Molly Miller was here last week and asserted sections of Open Meetings Act readily, and I'm just, this is a straightforward request. So let me just ask you this as well, as it relates to your legal opinion. Is the term consider used in the agenda language interchangeable with an affirmative request to approve the appointment of a named individual for a vacant ward seat? Because the agenda item does not name an individual to be appointed.
As I stated, the agenda is sufficiently written to provide notice of the action that will take place.
Do you believe that none of the names appear in the agenda item and that the only way the public would possibly know who those members are is if they had the packet material?
Can you repeat your question?
That's the question.
Yeah, I can't. I don't really get the point of what you're trying to say.
Do you understand and believe that the packet material is posted in a public place prior to the meeting, like downstairs on the wall?
Councilman Yeager, you've received legal advice. Whether you decide to follow it or not is up to you.
I'm just trying to set the stage for whether or not.
I know you're trying to set a stage and perform theater, but that's not what this forum is for.
This
Forum is to conduct business.
This forum
Let's
is
get
to
business done, please.
This forum is to determine whether or not we are following the Open Meetings Act, which is pretty critical to the operation of this city. You have declared, I guess, that we have followed the Open Meetings Act with the
Correct.
language deemed approvable by you
Correct.
in the agenda packet. I just want to be on record, you're on record, that that's adequate. And that's your statement. It is adequate.
For the 10th time, yes.
Okay. I truly believe that in order to be fully disclosive, that this agenda item should have read, appoint James Vaughn to fill the Ward 3 City Council seat for the remaining term created by the resignation of Mike Coons. Or in essence, paraphrase the item as described in the recommendation in the council packet, which was not in the agenda. Because that item would have at least couched the item as being actionable. And by the insertion of the name James Vaughn, we would have actually been taking action rather than just considering the items that were included in the packet material, which were all of the applicants in that packet material. Is that correct?
That is not a fair or adequate reading of the Open Meetings Act. If you are dispute the legal advice that you're given right now, then you're welcome to file an appeal with the Attorney General, but it's not relevant to the discussion before us today.
My problem is one of policy in the sense that we have a policy that our material is supposed to come to us on Friday. We didn't have the name of the applicant until Monday. Therefore, the agenda was incomplete on Friday as published.
So nothing to do with the Open Meetings Act, but
Both. It has Open Meetings Act implication and city violation with regards to policy.
I would take a motion to confirm James Vaughn to the Fremont City Council, Ward 3 seat.
Public comment,
Councilman Gibson,
public comment. Why?
state your motion again, Councilman Gibson.
Sorry, I didn't make that motion to accept
Point of
the,
order. You have no public comment.
Go ahead.
I'll second that, and I'm confident and legal that we have crossed every T, dotted every I, done it by the letter of the law.
There's a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, Councilman Vaughn. Come up and receive the oath of office.
You can do it up there. Yeah, it's kind of long though, so it'll take a few minutes.
I'd like to raise a point of order, please. We haven't had an opportunity to have discussion.
It's
on-
not taken. He's been appointed. There's been a vote.
I'm sorry, this is an agenda item. This is an agenda item, Council.
I think the point of order has been ruled on. I'm going to administer the oath.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Good for you. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Nebraska against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely and without mental reservation or for the purpose of evasion. And that I will faithfully and impartially perform the duties of the office of City Council according to law and to the best of my ability. And I do further swear that I do not advocate nor am I a member of any political party. Yeah. And I do further swear that I do not advocate nor am I a member of any political party or organization that advocates the overthrow of the government of the United States or of this state by force or violence. And that during such time as I am in this position, I will not advocate nor become a member of any political party or organization that advocates the overthrow of the government of the United States or of this state by force or violence. So help me God.
Moving on to the consent agenda. Councilman Legman.
I would just like to thank all four of these people. It's not an easy job to step into, and you have four good people. I would applaud all four of them. Well, it's nice to get them.
We're going to move on to the consent agenda.
So you're going to pass on my motion of information?
The council can vote. If they want the point of information, then we're going to put it to a vote of the council. Can we do that?
Well, I don't necessarily know what the point of information is. I don't know.
Guess I can't say because I can't get a ruling.
Well,
What is it in regards to, Councilman Yerger?
I would like to introduce an email that was sent out to council with regards to this and inquire as to the substance of what's inherent. It's relevant to the actions being taken tonight.
well, what agenda item is it relevant to?
If I had given an opportunity to speak on the item,
To items that have come and gone?
to the item preceding this,
Okay.
I would
We have to
have.
move on. Moving on to the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda by either council, staff, or the public?
Mayor, it was brought to my attention, the August 31, 2021 minutes, item number 31 should reflect that a resolution was received into the record, that being resolution 2021 130. And that resolution was adopted. So I asked that item be removed.
It's item 6.
Item 6.
Okay. Councilman Yerger. You want to help? Is he ready to go? Okay, are there any other items?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. I'd like items number 9 and number 10 removed.
Okay, I would take a motion to approve consent agenda items 4, 5, 7, and 8. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to approve agenda items number 4, 5, 7, and 8.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Okay, now moving on to item 6, dispense with and approve August 31st, 2021 special city council meeting and regular city council meeting minutes, September 7th, 2021 special city council meeting minutes, September 8th, 2021 special city council meeting minutes, and September 9, 2021 special city council meeting minutes. Go ahead, Tyler.
Thank you, Mayor. As I stated previously, item number 31 on the August 31, 2021 meeting did not reflect that the council received into the record resolution 2021-130, and it did not reflect that the council approved that resolution. And so I've updated the minutes. So the packet for you to sign tonight would be minutes that reflect those actions by the council, and they were unanimous. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
Want to thank the clerk for making the amendment to the minutes and request we approve item 6.
Councilman Legman?
I will second that.
Need to be as amended? Okay. Okay, second, and there's been a motion and a second to approve item 6 as amended. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Now I take a motion to approve the amended minutes. Councilman Yerger? Councilwoman Ganem?
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 9. Motion to authorize purchase of a CAT model 259 D3 compact terrain loader. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Jeff Shanahan, on DeWright Power Plant. This is for the purchase of a skid steer that we currently have been leasing. It's been difficult to get some of this equipment, and we had the opportunity to buy this one for the lease end value. The lease was up in July, and this is the price they've quoted us for it.
Any questions for staff? Thank you. Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. I had this removed from the agenda because, as Mr. Lakeband is aware of and Mr. Shanahan, when this was leased, the reason it was being leased and not purchased at the time was that it was more cost effective. And we had already had one. So I was curious, what were we paying a month on this lease? What repairs, if any, have already been made on it? And if this lease was up in July It seems like you were waiting to the last minute to burn up the remainder of what was on the capital improvement plan for the budget because the money's left, and that's fine. But if there truly is a need, why did we bother to lease it to begin with and not purchase it when they had the opportunity? Because as I looked back on my notes from the Utility Infrastructure Board meeting and on the City Council meeting, leasing was the way to go because it was more cost effective. So I'm not against the purchase of this. I'm just asking, why is it now better to purchase it than it was less than a year ago to lease it?
Any other comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
I would be interested in having staff answer the questions that were just posed by the member of the public.
Yeah, we reached out to CAT to do another lease, and they are not offering that through their corporate anymore for the government lease on that. So at that point, we had one budgeted to purchase. This one was significantly less than a new one. We put in less than 250 hours on it. I think the lease price was about $5,000. There's been no repairs to it. It's a good piece of equipment at a good price.
Any additional comments from council? We'll take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to authorize the purchase.
Councilman Sukram,
Oh,
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 10, motion to authorize purchase of JLG Toucan 26E mass boom lift from Nebraska Machinery Company. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Jeff Shanahan, Lundy Wright Power Plant. This is the purchase of a man lift to get into some areas around the plant, specifically out on the scrubber system where some of the equipment is inaccessible unless we put up scaffolding or use ladders or something else. This will make us be able to get to that equipment in a timely fashion. We went out for bids on this. We quoted it with two companies. One company is the Sourcewell has a Sourcewell contract also. And you can see in the staff report, their Sourcewell price was cheaper than their normal price. So we're asking you to purchase it through the Sourcewell contract. It was budgeted and it'll be in next year's budget.
Any questions for staff?
Yeah.
Councilman Yerger,
so just to be clear, you're asking council to approve something that has not yet been approved in the upcoming budget later in tonight's meeting.
Yes, I guess. It's in next year's
Which has
budget.
not
Yeah.
yet been approved. The answer is yes.
Yeah, they quoted it. Yep.
any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. And the comment or the question by Mr. Yerger is why I asked to have it pulled off. You have not yet approved your biannual budget. And this should actually be considered at the first meeting in October because you're being a little bit preemptive. It doesn't come along until item number 15 and you can't expend the funds anyway until then. So perhaps, though I have no issue also with this, but it just seems to be a little preemptive and you should pass your budget first and then consider this perhaps at the first meeting in October. Thank you.
Jeff, when do we actually expend the funds? I mean, it's not until you receive it.
Yeah, we don't pay any money until we receive the equipment.
When are you expected to get this?
I'm not sure if this is like a 16-week delivery or it's well out from where we're at.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the public?
Joanne Tower, 2105 North Union, Fremont. This is the purchase of a man lift to get into some areas around the plant, specifically out on the scrubber system where some of the equipment is inaccessible unless we put up scaffolding or use ladders or something else. This will make us be able to get to that equipment in a timely fashion. We went out for bids on this. We quoted it with two companies. One company is the Sourcewell contract. And you can see in the staff report, their Sourcewell price was cheaper than their normal price. So we're asking you to purchase it through the Sourcewell contract. It was budgeted and it'll be in next year's budget. I really have a problem, even though you do not have to cut the check until after the budget's been approved, it still is not approved, so this should not be allowed to be even considered as a purchase at this point. You need to wait until the budget's been approved.
Any other comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
So a follow-up question for you, Jeff, with regards to, this is a low bid. Is it time sensitive in any respect? Because I think the issues.
I'd have to go back and look at what the bid said for, typically they give us like the price is good for 30 days or something of that nature. I'd have to go back and look at what the time frame was on that bid. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, because I happen to agree with the members of the public in the statement that I made earlier, I'm going to suggest that this item be continued to the next meeting for approval, so the budget can actually support the expenditure being requested.
There's a motion to continue. That's a privilege motion. So we got, is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Take a motion to authorize purchase of JLG Toucan 26E mass boom lift from Nebraska Machinery Company. Councilman Legband,
I'll make a motion to approve the authorization of this purchase.
there a second? Councilman Gibson,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Moving on to unfinished business. Item 11, ordinance 5581 to approve requested change of zone from R rural to GC general commercial on property generally located between East 23rd Street and Elk Lane, approximately 200 feet west of Deer Crossing. This would be for final reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Shane Weimer, Assistant City Administrator, stepping in for Jennifer Dam, who's out on training leave. She's actually on the interstate right now and couldn't even zoom in to get this done. So I'll be giving her staff report. This is a recommendation to hold third and final reading of ordinance 5581. The background on this is Mary Ann Deers Yost has requested a change from R rural to GC general commercial on the property generally located between East 23rd Street and Elk Lane, about 200 feet west of Deer Crossing. Excuse me. This application is associated with a request for a final plat and annexation. The future land use map of the comprehensive plan shows that the area for future commercial development, the area to the north, east, and southeast are commercially zoned. The area immediately west is zoned R rural, but is shown as commercial in the comprehensive plan and in the approved preliminary plat. The proposed final plat is consistent with the approved Deers second edition preliminary plat. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on July 19th of 2021 and recommended approval with a 6-0 vote. If I can, I'll try and answer any of your questions.
Any questions from council? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger,
Hearing none, I would move approval of ordinance 5581.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to the zoning map to rezone the property generally located at approximately 210 feet west of intersection of Elk Lane and Deer Crossing from R rural to GC general commercial, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on final reading.
Ready? All right, cast your final vote.
The ordinance is approved 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 12, ordinance 5580 to approve voluntary annexation of property generally located between East 23rd Street and Elk Lane, approximately 200 feet west of Deer Crossing. Again, this would be for final reading. We'll have staff report.
Good evening, council and Mr. Mayor. Shane Weimer, Assistant City Administrator, again, stepping in for Jennifer Dam. The background on this is Mary Ann Deers Yost has requested a voluntary annexation of property generally located between East 23rd Street and Elk Lane, approximately 200 feet west of Deers Crossing. The applicant would like this to be conditioned upon approval of the request for a change of zone and final plat. The property is currently zoned R rural. This application is associated with the request for a final plat and change of zone to GC General Commercial. The property is contiguous to the city limits. This request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and state statutes. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on July 19th, 2021, and recommended approval with a 6-0 vote. I will attempt to answer any of your questions.
Any questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilwoman Ganem.
Reading no further comments, I would move that we hold third and final reading of ordinance 5580.
Councilman Yerger,
Second that motion.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, annexing by voluntary petition property generally described in Dodge County, Nebraska, and extending the corporate limits to include said real estate, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on final reading.
Cast your final vote.
The ordinance is approved 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 13, resolution 2021-113 to approve request of the Deer 7th edition final plat on property generally located between East 23rd Street and Elk Lane, approximately 200 feet west of Deer Crossing. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Shane Weimer, Assistant City Administrator, stepping in for Jennifer Dam. I realize I don't look like her, but I'm starting to sound like her. Again, we'll read from her staff report. Mary Ann Deers Yost has requested approval of the Deers 7th edition final plat on property generally located between East 23rd Street and Elk Lane, about 200 feet west of Deers Crossing. The application is associated with the request for a change of zone and annexation. The future land use map of the comprehensive plan shows the area for future commercial development. The area to the north, east, and southeast are commercially zoned. The area immediately west is zoned R rural, but is shown as commercial in the comprehensive plan and in the approved preliminary plat. The proposed final plat is consistent with the approved Deer's second edition preliminary plat. A subdivision agreement is not needed to install the streets and extend the utilities one lot to the west. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on July 19, 2021, and recommended approval with a 6-0 vote. I will attempt to answer any of your questions.
Councilman Yerger.
I don't know if there are any grading or drainage requirements associated with this final plating.
I do not, sir. I personally do not know that answer.
Thank you.
No, but the applicant is here. She might, if she wants to speak.
Yeah, I'm not sure there are any, but just interested if there's a comment.
Maggie Deers Yost, Charles H. Deers LLC and Deer Point Corporation, Mayor, council member, staff. In there is grading and drainage, and that has been accounted for in the 7th edition plat. And I do believe that Steve Dodd is online as well and can answer that more thoroughly for all of us, but I'll stay here just to chime in if needed.
Steve Dodd.
Come on, Steve. He's got his hand raised. I see that.
Yeah, can you,
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the drainage followed the original scheme, when we first submitted the preliminary plat. It's sized to handle a 5-year storm with a 5-minute concentration time. And so it should be adequate for this one lot subdivision.
Thank you.
Any other questions while I'm up here? Okay, thank you.
Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger,
Move approval of resolution 2021-113.
Councilman Sukram,
Well, second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on, item 14, ordinance 5583, establishing rate schedules for natural gas system. This will be for final reading. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. As the mayor said, this is the third and final reading of the ordinance. A little background on this, we haven't raised rates on the natural gas system since 2015. That change was lack of revenue. This change is not that. This change is to make some capital improvements that we need to make after the polar vortex. We've got to make some improvements that will sustain our system for the next time something like that happens. And so we asked JK Energy Consulting to do a cost of service study. That is just that. It determines what costs there are to serve natural gas to our customers. Recommendation back from the cost of service study is an average increase of 2.7% overall. And it would go into effect on October 1st. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
I would only echo the comments that I've made on previous occasions. Certainly, as explained, the increase may be warranted. I expressed some concern previously about the increase on fixed charges versus usage charges that affect those that are on fixed income. And the fact that we didn't use some sort of uniform increase across fixed rates for the various customers, et cetera, which seems to place percentage burden on the fixed income people of Fremont. But other than that, I understand the potential need for dealing with the expected items. Thanks.
Any additional comments from council? Seeing none, I'd take a motion to hold final reading. Councilman Legband.
I make a motion to hold final reading of ordinance 5583.
Councilman Jensen.
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
The motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, establishing rate schedules for natural gas system, repealing ordinance number 5350 and all other ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict with this ordinance, providing when the rate schedules are effective and providing when this ordinance shall be in full force and effect on final reading.
Ready? Cast your final vote.
Ordinance is approved 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 15, Ordinance 5585, adopting the 2021-2023 biannual budget statement term, the appropriation bill. This would be for final reading. Before I turn it over to staff, just have a few comments. Throughout this budgeting process, I've been visiting with a lot of citizens in Fremont about their concerns, and I heard three major themes: property taxes, public safety, and improving our streets and infrastructure. I'm pleased to present a budget for final reading tonight that focuses on these three priorities. Budget does not increase the tax levy, add 6 firefighter positions, doubles the amount of money we have budgeted for street maintenance. We have heard from our fire chief and our local fire union that they both agree it is fiscally responsible and prudent to first apply for the SAFER grants. Our local fire union has offered to provide a grant specialist committed to help with the hiring of the firefighters, and they have given us assurance that our Fremont firefighters will perform their job to the best of their ability, knowing that if the grant application is unsuccessful, that the elected officials voted in by the citizens have vowed to increase staffing for their protection. We have a meeting set up with them this Thursday. I look forward to starting work on the SAFER grants immediately. It's great to hear that it is great to hear that we have a very good chance of receiving these grants. The finance department and department heads have also found ways to cut back to allow for funding the firefighters in case the SAFER grants are not awarded. And the funds out of the Immigration Defense Fund will not be used. This final budget balances the needs of our city and sets us up for a bright future. And I ask City Council to approve the budget and move it to final reading. And this time I'll turn it over to Jody for staff report.
I'd like to raise a point of information first, Mayor, if you don't mind.
You'll have opportunity after staff report.
I object.
Point of information is.
I'd like to make a motion that we, can I
Yeah,
proceed?
was it point of information? or
Yes.
That's usually inquiring about something.
Well, I'm inquiring as to whether or not I can make this motion, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I'm not entertaining a motion right now. We haven't got to staff report. I would like to turn it over to Jody and have staff report done. Go ahead, Jody.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We've all worked quite a long time on this budget. My staff report shows the work that's gone into this budget over the last 9 months. A lot happened behind the scenes, but there were items brought to the council for discussion. And up until mid-July, we received fairly limited reply back. Parts of the budget, as I mentioned, have been approved by various boards and commissions. The UIB reviewed the final, what we hope to be the final utility fund budget earlier today. On the staff report, it goes through and it talks about the first reading of the ordinance when the second reading was held. We also at that time held a public hearing to set the final property tax request at $6,342,626.28 for both fiscal years. The resolution that would set that particular property tax request was continued until tonight's meeting and will be considered later in this agenda. As directed by council, we were asked to find the gap between the necessary appropriation and projected revenues. Predominantly, the changes were in the fire department, but also police and library budgets. The fire chief Burnt is applying for grants through NEMA for some of the equipment that we were anticipating using regular fund revenues for. And so I've got a listing here of the changes since the last time that you saw the budget. But of those particular things are noted there. But the fire department also is delaying a vehicle purchase, and the library materials purchases during the expansion project will be reduced. And the amount that we have in the budget was the amount that was suggested by the library director herself. So I'd like to enter into the record some documents, if I could, please.
Sure. Take a motion to receive. Councilman Legband, Councilman Jensen,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
The list of changes looks a little daunting, but it's not really as complicated as it appears. The general fund changes were all of the changes that were necessary in order to make room for those firefighters. Let me see if I can get that a little bit bigger for you. So the first document in your packet that you received is showing what the changes were. There's been questions about the account number that the middle three digits are 398. You'll see those in a variety of funds. That is basically what we do to show a balanced budget. So sometimes that amount is a credit, sometimes it's a debit, depending on whether or not we're using or providing fund balance. We had many of these already populated, but not all of them. And you can see we've listed the reason is balancing the budget, but it's a mechanism so that we know that our revenues balance to our expenditures. The transfers on the first one, the transfers for the airport, the terminal project has been delayed due to some materials issues, getting the materials in that they need. And so we reduced the year-end estimate and moved part of that that had already been committed by prior councils, moved that over into the 2022 budget. And you'll see a like number down in the airport fund as well, showing that. The next items go through and talk about the grants that the fire chief is requesting. We did also eliminate, there were amounts budgeted for the reserve firefighter temporary positions. We've been budgeting for those for a while, and we haven't had a single taker for those for quite some time. So we decided in this year, in trying to balance the budget, this was the year that perhaps we should be eliminating that. We also reduced the planning budget. It contained a budget that of $100,000, $130,000 for some new permitting software, and then an annual subscription amount that went into 2023. It was determined that based on our budgeting needs this year, it was best to delay that project. I mentioned the books and periodicals at the library, and then the use and provision of fund balance. The difference between those two, you'll have to help me out, Dan. Which one is the for committed funds, and which one is the one that's for just balancing the budget? Okay, so the account number that has the 4035 001 4035 398, that's the amount that we needed to add to revenue to balance the budget. You can see we made some changes to the sales tax fund 11. That had to do with some of the items that the fire chief was intended to get a grant for. were being funded by public safety sales tax dollars. We're still using those public safety sales tax dollars for fire and police, but as property tax relief as opposed to specific to the a particular capital project. Also in sales tax in 2056, which is infrastructure, we've moved some funding that will come out of the sales tax and go over into the street fund to help pay for the railroad and Claremore storm sewer funding. A couple of uses and provisions of fund balance, again, to balance the budget. One of the questions that had been asked by the city council regarding the amount for the Broad Street relinquishment funding, we had the revenue showing in the street fund, but we had not reduced the amount that we were using out of sales tax for streets of $1.5 million. So that puts that back into that fund for other street projects. And then down Fund 29 in particular, that is the airport funding. We stalled out a number of projects simply because there's not funding for them at the airport at this time. And so in some instances, we are planning on using federal dollars for some of these projects, but by and large, most of the projects got pushed out into the 2024 year. In Fund 31, that was a large one. It doesn't impact any other fund. We had amounts for the revenue coming in for grants for the Lifehouse grants that had been approved by council, but we failed to have the related disbursements going out in the 22 and 23 fiscal years. And you can see at the bottom that we also have added one additional dispatcher in 2023 as directed by council at the September 7th meeting. Those are the big ticket items that most of them were things that were just moved from one fund to another, or we have the use or provision of fund balance that we've adjusted so that the revenues equal the expenditures in each fund. Toward the bottom there, we show some changes in the utility funds. We adjusted the amount that we were planning to receive for the share of the renewable energy credits on the scrubbed methane that will be injected into the natural gas pipeline. We adjusted some year-end estimates, and then on the wastewater sewer system, we had missed the Holstone contribution to native construction payments that will be received in 22 and 23. So all of those changes have been made to what you're seeing tonight. The next item in your packet is the state budget form. And you can see on the front the amount that we have for our personal and real property tax request for 22, what's for the tax year 21 and for 22. But it's for the 22 fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. And then you can also see over to the right in the boxes, the amount that we have in outstanding bonded indebtedness. That includes the utilities and the city. So the next page is what has for you the amount that is the appropriation bill. You can see we show the actual from 2020, our estimated 2021 estimated year end, and then our adopted budget for 22 and for 2023. The appropriation amount that you are approving as part of this agenda item is on line 25, where in 2022, that number is $178,900,993. And for 2023, that dollar amount is $183,578,984. It shows that we have a fair amount in our cash reserves, but the state in their form has kind of a recap on the cash reserve funds to allow us to show exemptions, if you will, special revenue funds that we have set aside in 2022 in particular is the ARPA funds that are listed, but also sales tax, our street funds, and then our debt service reserve funds comprise enough that we get our remaining cash reserve balance below the 50% that is required for this form. After that, each one of the years shows up separately for the disbursements and transfers. It includes the city and utility functions. At the bottom line on line 20. Excuse me, it's not the bottom line, but it was on the screen a minute ago. On the other, that's natural gas. Our natural gas fund is recorded there. So the next 3 pages look very similar to that. The amount that you see here is in fact what we talked about, the amount that's being appropriated, the final in the bottom corner. That's for 22. This is the 2023 budget. And you can see the $183 million there. We also have supporting documentation for the year-end estimate of $203 million. The reason why that number is particularly high is if you look in the debt service column, column D, and on lines 15 and 18, you'll see where we refunded some those bond issues. Those have to show as bond proceeds in and disbursements out. So that's why you see the spike in the 2021 calendar year, excuse me, fiscal year. I will be checking that against the appropriation. My guess is that we will in fact need to amend the 2021 budget to reflect that. And we'll likely do that at the next meeting. We have to do it at the next meeting. It would be the last opportunity to do that. And then we have the 2020 actual number. We don't fill out these forms because we don't list a separate proprietary fund, separate proprietary function fund budget. It's all one budget. As you can see that we have the utilities on those other pages. The correspondence information, how they can get in touch with the city. And then let me see if I can make this bigger for you. This is the LID support. Where here we're showing the restricted funds of personal and real property tax, motor vehicle prorate. Oops. Here we go. We also take out the amount for capital improvements that were excluded from restricted fund spending in the prior year. And then we show what we have spent and then what we expect to carry over into future years. The largest single item on the restricted funds is the local option sales tax. You can see that we're expecting a fair amount in sales tax in the next 2 years. And then also our highway allocation and incentives. Those actually are down. We were just shy of $3 million in the prior budget. But I think that was just an issue with the COVID pandemic impacting gas sales, frankly. And you can see our municipal equalization is down to 80,000. That number had previously been in the $800,000 range. We don't have an amount. This is the amount that the state has certified. We don't have an amount for the next year. I'm optimistic that it might go up to 100,000. We won't know for sure until that comes in from the state. The second part of this form, we take exceptions to the lid, and you can see we have amounts for our interlocal agreements, predominantly for us on line 22. For us, for the city of Fremont, it's basically the 911 call center, our interlocal agreement with Dodge County. And so we show that as an exemption, as well as the amount of bonded indebtedness that is payable from restricted funds. So utility funds don't count because they're not restricted funds. But we have the still the swimming pool bonds, the auditorium bonds, and then the street highway allocation pledge bonds. All of those are being shown as an exemption. Those are the payments that are going out next year for those bonds. And as it says at the bottom, your total restricted funds cannot be less than 0. And you can see that we're not close to that this year, thankfully. Oops. I'm going to take just a moment. I'm not going to bore you going through the whole thing of this is the restricted funds authority piece. But I want you to notice a couple of things. The copy that you have is marked draft because I completed this form with an assumption. If that assumption does not bear out, I will need to replace this page and update it accordingly. You'll see that we start out this form with the ending restricted funds authority from last year's lid computation form. So this is a number that we pull forward year after year. Your allowable increases is a 2.5% base limitation increase that all communities or political subdivisions get. Then we also have the ability to have allowable growth per the assessor minus 2.5%. And you can see in 2022, because of the change in our valuation, this is going back kind of historically, we went from the 2019 valuation was $1,680,000. $1,680 million. In 2020, it went up to the $2 billion number. And so that large increase from one year to the next is allowing us a 10.26% increase. The next piece is something that will be considered on the agenda. I believe it's shortly after this, the additional 1%. It needs to be approved by the council or board for other political subdivisions. I have listed this as a 6 out of 8 vote, which is the minimum necessary, the 75% to get the 1% additional allowable increase to be shown here. If I were to drop that number down, the percentage is not there. As you can see, it does help one, this year, maybe it won't even have that big of an impact. But what is important is the impact it has on ongoing years. Because again, we're going to start out with our line 8 when we do our next 2-year budget. And if we have the additional 1% approved, we'll be at $22 million. As opposed to I believe it was 17 million that we started out with. 18.9 million. With the additional 1% for each year, we would be raising that number to 22 million. And you can see that we still have unused restricted funds authority this year, funds that we're not using under this authority. The reason why it's significant is if something comes in like ARPA funds or something else that's extraordinary, we want to be able to do those projects and not be constrained by this limitation. That's why we ask you to vote for the 1%. So that's the end of the state budget form. I'll stop here and ask if there are questions about the form.
Any questions for Jody on the form? Councilman Ellis?
I was gonna ask this down below, but I'll ask it now. The 1%, so first year, we're not gonna need it because it's at 13.7%, 13.76%.
Correct.
And then the following year, the last year, we're gonna be at 3.5. So how often have we needed to use that extra 1% to help us out?
It depends on the year and what's happening. It's usually driven by things like capital projects that need to get done with those restricted funds.
How often have we said, thank goodness they gave us the 1%, we needed it?
Probably nearly every year. When I first go through this process, the number is almost always negative. And we have to go back and look at our funding sources and what we can logically get done in a year, those kinds of things to bring it, to reduce that number so that, increase that number so that it's above zero.
So normally the number is negative when you start the budget, but now we got a 13.76% and then we got a 3.5%.
Those are both if you add the 1% for both years. And again, it's not so much for, do you need it this year and do you need it next year? It's whether or not you need it in 3 to 5 years.
So this number is simply the amount of restricted funds that we're able to carry over.
Our unused restricted funds authority, yes.
That we were allowed to carry over to the next year.
Mhm.
Any other questions for Jody? Any comments from the public?
Did you want to wait until we go through the rest of the?
Oh, I didn't know
process?
you had more. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry,
Jody.
I'm going through what I've presented to council so that it's on the screen. People can see what I've given to them. I won't go through the other items in as nearly as significant of detail. So you've seen this page before, the sources and uses. Wanted the revenue first, sorry. I said draft on this one because I didn't want to be overly optimistic that we aren't still going to be making any changes, but I hope this is the final draft. You can see some changes that we made in some federal funding here from the last time. I don't know that there's a lot that's changed on the revenue side. When you get down to the uses side, we're showing our uses and provision of fund balance and the reasons for them. So we're bringing back in 2021, we're bringing back $3.7 million. I've listed out the reasonings why we're expecting those. We were expecting those funds on the committed funds line. Those are things that we budgeted for and hoped that we would be able to accomplish. The driving force on that $1.3 million number is the airport, the terminal that I talked about earlier, and then also the library. We weren't sure that we were going to be able to be building the library expansion project in 2021, but we budgeted for it, so we'd have the authority to do that if everything fell into place. It did not. So we're showing that the committed funds would be spent over the next 2 years. This number includes the airport. This number is almost exclusively the airport, I believe. And then we're using $5 million of general fund revenues, or excuse me, general fund reserves. That's 3 million that we had on our capital improvement plan for 2023, but also committing the funds for 2024 as well. There was another 2 million. That's why that number is 5 million. We're not planning on spending the 5 million, but we want to make sure that we have the appropriation available, or excuse me, the reserves available for that. We went through and we provided you with an updated copy of the executive summary. Really, the item that you'd want to look at is simply we do show the additional firefighters going from 28 to 34. We also have in communications, the jump from 11 to 12 on the dispatchers is actually taking a part-timer and making it a full-timer in 2022. And then as requested by council, an additional dispatcher in 2023. The capital improvement plan of the items to note here are, for example, this very first one that's showing on my screen here, the fire station emergency generator that previously had been planned to come all out of Fund 55, the sales tax for public safety. Chief Byrne expects that he'll be able to get a $56,000 grant, which is 75% of the $75,000 cost. We're matching that. It actually still says sales tax 55, but that's really coming over as a not for this project, but as a, excuse me, I guess it does still, doesn't it, Dan? Sorry. Went off script a little bit. It is still, the match is still coming out of 55. The unit 162 replacement, that's the item that they're showing as waiting until 2024 for that particular item. I understand it's a replacement for a pickup truck that they, not the Chaser, but this is an additional pickup truck that they have on site at the firehouse. The other item to note on this, several pages back, is the airport, and you'll see that the changes on the airport fund have been significant. Most of the items that are in 24 and 25 had been previously in 22 and 23. When we went through and did a review of the use of fund balance, and I believe it was noted at a prior meeting that at that time we were looking at the use of fund balance, it was driving it into a negative position. So we're streaming those projects out to the best that we can, showing what bare bones we need to have done. FA, as a reminder, is federal and state grants. We're anticipating that we will be covered by a state grant on the taxiway extension. We will not do that project if we do not get those federal or state funds. The DU cover sheets, this is for the water fund. And I think the only difference on that one is in the amount in the year-end estimate for capital additions, the $1,069,000 number. On the water fund, that was the only change that was made. That was pretty much due to just the timing of when it was done, wasn't it? Okay. And then the next item in your packet is on the sewer fund. And I'll call your attention to the change that we had here under non-operating revenues. You'll see a significant jump in 22, budget year 22 and 2023. Those numbers have been increased from what you had seen previously. And but this is what the Utility and Infrastructure Board saw earlier today. We're increasing the amount that we're anticipating receiving for the renewable energy credits. I think I mentioned that earlier. That's where you'll see that increase is on that line. And then also, again, the utility funds are predominantly done on the accrual basis, but for budgeting purposes, we have to do it for cash, on a cash basis. And so something like bond payments, age of construction, transfers, those don't show up in the amounts that you see on the revenue and expenditure worksheets. Because they affect the balance sheet as opposed to income statement. So we have to add those here. And I have the wrong one. Can you tell me? I'm looking at the ending balance for cash.
Sheets you handed out.
The very last line under total. Thank you. So let me pull it up here. Sorry. I printed it, but I must have grabbed the wrong PDF. Oh, I have to do this, sorry. Shoot. Stop sharing. And share again. Well, now it's too big for anybody to read. Okay. You can see the change in the renewable energy credits get us to a positive position for net income. And then also the kayak payments I was mentioning, showing here, and we added to the number that was here, gets us to positive cash. And as Councilmember Ellis provided, the $1,512,880 in ending balance in our unrestricted cash for this fund. And I think that was, oh, there was one more thing that I had added to your packet that you received tonight, which was the use of fund balance. And this one does look significantly different than the last time that you saw it. You can see that in the general fund, we're projecting that our fund balance after fiscal year 2023, our fund balance would still be, in the general fund, would still be $11 million. The bottom line for where we're at right now, the bare minimum we could have is about 5.5 million. So we still have reserves in the general fund. Oh, I'm sorry. I switched my screen. Why aren't you following along? I apologize. How about a new share? Let's look at this one. See if I can make it a little bit bigger. Now you can see that we have an $11 million fund balance at the end of 2023. Also, the airport fund actually ends up with a fund balance instead of a negative. The CDBG clearing, I believe that dollar amount, the reason why it's still a negative amount is it because it's designed to simply show the flow of grants in and spending out, that the general fund has kind of advanced cash to this fund. And my guess is that that's the balance that we're showing there, because we have revenues and expenditures equaling each year. You can also see that we've decreased. The other item I wanted to point out is on our CEI fund, down toward the bottom, it's third from the bottom. And the workers' comp fund, those are both funds that we were looking to decrease. And we're showing that decrease coming through over the next 2 years. And those are for our internal service fund insurance. And so you don't want to carry a huge balance in those, because it means that we've overtaxed basically the city and the utilities for that particular service. The claims have not been as dramatic as had been projected by our broker, which is a good thing. And that is all I have.
Councilman Ellis.
Workman's comp, are we self-funded?
Yes.
So we're just kind of getting rid of some of the excess we have in there right now?
Right.
Okay. And then, you mentioned you made an adjustment on the available balance at the end of the 2 years. Initially, I think we're at 9 million, now we're at 11.3. And you kind of give me just an idea where that extra, I know this is all temporary and all, but it's $2 million that was different. Just a general idea of where that 2 million came from.
I think part of it has to do with the timing of some of our projects in order to get everything to fit inside the budget. Would be what would spring to my mind. I know that when we were searching for how do we best fund those firefighters, there were some projects that, as I mentioned, we've changed to a grant, which means we're not using fund revenues for those. Okay. Other than that, I mean, just right off the top of my head, I couldn't answer that. Sorry.
Councilman Legband.
Yeah, I would like to thank you, staff, for all the hard work and everything. And I'd really like to thank the fire department also, and the union. We are going to hire 6 new people, and I really appreciate your guys' effort to try and work with the city and help us with the grants and do whatever you can to help us out. But we are, and I think you all know, we are going to get those 6 additional firemen. And again, thank you for all your hard work and your willingness to help work with us. Thank you.
Councilman Yerger.
You may have covered this page and maybe I just missed it, but I'm on the page of your presentation labeled 2123 capital improvement lit exemptions.
I'm sorry, the capital improvement plan?
It's labeled City of Fremont and Dodge County 2123 capital improvement lit exemptions.
Oh, excuse me. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I'm interested in understanding why there's a entry in here for 32nd and Jaeger dash Buckingham for $75,000 and $1 million. And why there's no entry in here for the South Claremont Railroad projects, which we swapped around with regards to council directive at the last meeting.
That would be a true statement. And it was something that didn't get updated. Sure. Yeah, it's just the attachment. shoot. I apologize. I didn't go through that one because it's not showing, it's not included on the one I have called up. I apologize. I'll get that called up. Okay, so it's on this one. And I didn't go over that. You're correct. That absolutely is just an oversight on my part to update that. The dollar values, I believe you were swapping, so I don't know that it would have a significant impact. It's on the capital outlay that way.
They're not identical, but they're pretty close, so I
Mhm.
don't think it's gonna change much of what you're doing, but. Then turning your attention to the section that's the CIP project listings, et cetera.
Okay.
I'm on the page that shows the police portion. Can you tell me what ST 55R is, unless I missed it? It's not in the upper list of acronyms.
It is the use of sales tax 55, the sales tax for public safety reserves from that fund.
I think I asked for this once before, but would you make a note for future budget preparations that the items that are listed in acronym form at the top of these CIPs actually be given to council in some sort of definition, explanatory statement, so we know what these are, and in fact, that each one that's used in this document is actually referenced then, so we can actually see what's happening, would be helpful.
Sure.
Can you also explain to me what city buyback, SBB, stands for and what that means and how it works?
Those are, I understand, sorry, it's street buyback. What that is it's separate and apart from the sales tax. We receive bridge buyback funds and the streets buyback funds. These are funds that come into the state from the federal government. And I'll be honest, I can't explain to you exactly how they do it, but they defederalize those funds and then provide them to the city for street projects. So they are no longer federal funds, but they are an amount that we receive for projects, specifically bridge buyback, which is the BBB, and that one is listed. I apologize, the other one is not listed, but it is streets buyback. And those are, it's state funding that comes in for that.
The reason I'm asking is that when we change these to swap 32nd Street for South Claremore, we changed to being SBB funding. And I was curious as to why. So there was something unique about the South Claremore project versus the 32nd and Jaeger project as to the source of funds required to do the project?
The predominantly the project that's on Claremore is more of a drainage issue based specifically on all of the testimony that we've received. And so we're using infrastructure, ST 56 should be the funding on the railroad and Claremore intersection because we'll be addressing drainage as the first primary. And the 32nd Street paving is predominantly a paving project.
Okay.
And so
I
that's,
agree with your statement. It's going to be largely storm sewer and drainage work, which I understood you to say earlier on, which we didn't manage to affect in any of this coding, that in fact that project might have been qualified for ARPA funding. We didn't even list it as a possible source of funds, but it would be a possible source of funds, would it not? I think based on what you told me before, we could possibly use ARPA funds to fund this. I don't know if that'll be different than SBB, right?
Yes.
I'd also note that while I'm on that page with regards to the railroad project, it got moved over with no recognition of priority in column 2. And I'm wondering why. All the other projects brought over with the code that came with it, it was a project A.
It was listed initially under the street fund. Then it was moved down into special assessments, then brought back up, and it was just missed when we brought it back up. You'd like that to say an A?
Well, that's what it originally said, and we didn't put it on the final documents here. It just seems to be appropriate that we would list it for its priority as it was designated rather than leave it blank.
We will get that corrected. The CIP isn't something that we send to the state.
No, I understand.
but-
It's
but
for our,
what-
it's
for
for
what
our
we-
own use. So that when
Exactly,
we
and
look at-
that's where you'll see that change then.
Is there a difference between when the city initiates public safety bonds and regular bonds with regards to, I guess to restate my question, we don't have to do any kind of public notice relative to public safety issued bonds, but we do for regular bonds. Is that a correct statement?
Anytime the bonds are issued, you have to have city council action in which to issue those bonds.
Any bonds, public safety
Yes.
generated or regular bonds, utility department bonds, whatever we need. If it's a bond, it has to go to the public for approval.
Not the public, to the council.
My question is, does the public get to weigh in on bonds? For example, on the law enforcement center that we had before the voters, they got to vote on the bonds, $10 million. In the CIP that we're listing currently here under police, they're listed as reserves, public safety, or ST 55. And so I'm assuming that this means that the $10 million that we're putting into the CIP doesn't require any bonding based on what we're seeing. Is that correct?
No, there's, I believe, a $3 million bond that would be on there.
So the PST is a bond,
Yes, public safety bonds.
but those don't require public input.
That is a true statement.
Okay, so the difference for the public that might be listening tonight is, are we timing?
I have given more than enough time. I mean, we didn't start, I mean, I let Jody go, but the 40 minutes is what it is. So.
I have one last comment to make, even though I have a myriad of other questions. I'd like to make a motion to amend the ordinance to strike the 23rd and Jaeger project from the budget altogether. The council voted to do that, and instead of doing that, they actually just moved it out to a further time slot, giving it to be a placeholder. I would offer a motion to amend the ordinance to strike that item, period, as council originally voted.
Can we, is this just the CIP plan that we'll be amending? I mean, because if this is pushed out till 25, 26, what budget we're approving tonight is in
Just the
regards
first two
to.
columns. The first
So,
two columns.
The first two columns.
Mhm.
I understand that, Mayor, but here's the problem for me. We did the same thing in a previous budget that I was involved in with regards to the maintenance building. And that has been used as a reference to other councils have already handled this, therefore it's already approved in the budget, therefore we're going forward. I am troubled by the fact that we would have a $15 million intersection as a placeholder downstream when the council said, nah, we don't think so. So moving it out rather than getting rid of it doesn't seem to be what we originally said. Our motion wasn't to move it out to 24. Our motion was to move it out. And so I'm curious as to why we didn't follow the council's discussion on this matter.
I mean, we're discussing adopting the 2021-2023 biannual budget statement. So are we able to take a motion in regards to the CIP plan?
Is not,
Moving an
is not
item.
the CIP plan part of the budget, even though it covers 22, 23, 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, and 24, 25. The CIP is part of the budget documents that we're rendering approval on, is it not? If not, I don't know why they're in the packet.
You want to amend the capital improvement plan?
I want the capital improvement plan to be amended to strike the 23rd and Jaeger project out in,
When was the capital improvement plan approved?
This would be the.
This is
time that-
finalizing it, yeah. And you want to remove it from years beyond 2023?
I just want it to be removed, period, as we originally voted to remove it.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
legal, do you have any issue with that?
No.
Okay. Any council discussion? Councilman Legman?
Sorry.
I have no problem in removing it, but if we remove it and a council a couple years down the road, and I agree, no 15 million, but if they come up with another solution, couple $1 million solution in 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years down the road, once we get rid of it, can it be brought back with a different solution? I just want to make sure we can do that.
We could do that. We could also change the dollar amount in this particular capital improvement plan so that it would be approved with that amendment.
Okay, if we get rid of it and it's not totally off the table, but I agree, I do not want to spend 15 million on it. But in future years, if they figure out a cheaper way, a better way to do it, I would probably be in favor of that, but I agree with Brad right now.
Dave, do you want to speak to this, please?
Dave Godikin, Director of Public Works. I think that's a good resolution, but one thing that will be coming to your desks in the next couple of months is our 1 and 6 year roadway plan. And I would like the option of keeping, keeping this project in the out years of our 1 and 6 year plan, regardless. I mean, that doesn't commit you to any dollars. It's just that if we move forward with the project somewhere in the future, it really needs to be in that plan. I mean, either that or when the 1 and 6 comes up, I'll strike it. But that is an important consideration.
Okay. So there's a motion from Councilman Yeager. Take the 23rd and Jaeger road project out of the CIP. Is that the appropriate motion?
It's actually 3 items. And then on the next page, there's another one.
Turn your mic on.
Yes.
Remove all references to the Bell, Yeager, and 23rd Street realignment construction project listed in the capital improvement plan for fiscal years 24, 25, and 26. Is that your motion?
Okay. Okay, second. Councilman Gibson,
I'll second that.
Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
I'd also like to make a motion, an additional motion to strike the same thing with regards to the $2.5 million hangar facility that's listed in 25, 26 as fund reserves. Again, it appears that we're earmarking the use of fund reserves for something that the voters has not even had a chance to weigh in on. I think this is an item just as Councilman Legband said before, it certainly can be resurrected by future councils. But I wouldn't want to hamstring a future council with a recommendation. It looks like we approved this. And so I make a motion to strike that from the CIP plan as well.
Could I make a clarification?
Yes.
It's not fund revenue, it's fund revenues, not fund reserves.
Fund revenue is fine.
And if fund revenues don't appear, the project can't be done because that is the only way, at the way that it's presented here, that's the only way that those things could happen.
Sure.
Is if
But
they have the fund
but it could
revenues.
happen by adding that back into a CIP in a later version of the CIP when a new council is appointed. We're not having to earmark it now as something that we think needs to be there for purposes of our analysis. They may want to add it later, just as Councilman Legband said, and we could do that at a later time. It doesn't need to be in this CIP. Is that correct?
I'm struggling with the notion that this is supposed to be a 5-year capital plan. And Dave, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood from him earlier today that this capital improvement plan that had been provided was actually the Department of Aeronautics at the Department of Transportation that worked on this capital improvement plan with Dave to come up with the projects that needed to be done at the airport. So by taking those things off, what you're saying is that the Department of Transportation and the department head should have limited say in this. We're saying if the fund revenues aren't there, they can't do the project. They want to show on the 5-year capital plan, the projects that are, if you will, in the hopper, things that need to be done. And as they don't impact the current budget, you can, as a council, you can do as you choose.
Okay, and I'm triggering off the statement that you just made. They're projects that need to be done. That's where we seem to differ. I think a future council can make that decision in 25, 26, but it's not a decision that this council needs to make relative to our current budgeting cycle, because this has not gotten the same scrutiny as what it would otherwise get if it was a current item. So my preference personally is that, just like on the previous item, that we not hamstring future councils with this item, let them bring it back in a future budget, just like Councilman Legband said. So I make the motion.
Councilman Legband,
Yes, this one I won't agree with. Is it?
Sorry.
I think we need to show them that we're willing to put in some money for this. And I think a lot of it, hopefully we'll get grants and money from federal government, if I'm right there, Dave.
Dave Godican, Director of Public Works. As I alluded to earlier with the 1 and 6, it's also the same. We do 2 CIPs for the airport. We do one for that's the city CIP that you're talking about this evening. And I believe it's in January, we do a second one with the Department of Aeronautics, with the Department of Transportation. And both of those are required by the DOT, the roadway plan and the CIP for the airport. And they're tied to funding, potential funding or future funding for projects. If it's not in your plan, then it kind of takes it off the table for ever receiving those funds in the future. It does not tie anyone to doing a specific project, the 1 and 6 or the Department of or the DOT CIP for the airport. It does not tie any funding to it that or force the city to build it if it's in that plan, but it does put kind of a placeholder out there so they see what we're doing in the future. So as monies come available, or if they come available, then we can apply for the grants, apply for the assistance to do those projects. If it's not in there, they're not going to look favorably on it.
Okay, so this one I would like to keep. I will not agree with this one. I'd like to keep this on the book for future years.
Councilwoman Ganem.
No, compared to the money we receive from federal and state with the FAA requirements and things, this would be a smaller portion compared to the money we receive from them.
Councilman Ellis,
This is free revenue, so it means the airport's making money or it's bringing in grants, is that correct? Money that the airport would make revenue,
The FR, that's what that would entail, but
so we've got 2.5 million set aside with FR saying, we'll use the money that the airport brings in, but we won't use reserves.
correct.
So how much does the airport bring in a year?
All totaled, I think it's around 120, between 100 and 125.
1,000?
Yes,
So it take a long time to make that.
absolutely.
2.5.
The terminal hangar project, the anticipation was that it would be privately funded. And so they were expecting that they would be able to raise funds from private sources in order to pay for that. It would not be done otherwise.
Councilman Jensen,
Leaving that dollar amount in that year just basically leaves it, it just gives us a place at the table. Is that correct? It just leaves us a place on the table. It's not committing any funding.
Again, Dave Godigan, Director of Public Works, that is correct.
Thank you.
okay, there's a motion. Councilman Ellis,
I second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-5.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and do public comment in regards to the budget. So are there any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. I was a little surprised when I looked at your budgeting and saw that you're funding firefighters in the last 4 months of the next fiscal year. I can appreciate applying for safer grants or AFG grants, et cetera. However, the decision of the council at the time, and I listened back to the audio, was that you were funding them from the get-go and not reliant upon anything else. Because as you know, when you hire people, they expect to be retained. Therefore, your funding of them should be sustainable. Fremont, I don't know, has applied for grants in the past 3 years of safer grants, not having been awarded any. But we've had a grants coordinator who very well could have applied for these beforehand. But again, this is not a self-sustaining grant that's going to continue on and on and on. You agreed as a council body, you were going to fund 6 firefighters, 2 additional policemen, and a dispatcher. I'm not sure what happened to the funding on this, because it seems to me that you're kind of backpedaling a little bit, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody. And I can appreciate working with the safer grants. And you can hire reserves, you can over-hire, because we do need more than just those 6. We need to replace a couple captains that are going to be retiring this year. And then that said, when it comes to the combined police station, that the committee had been formed to conduct yet another look-see to see where the options are for the police station. It's not clear that this is going to go to the vote of the people, and it did before. I'm just kind of curious how you're going to use this, because reserves or using reserves doesn't need any kind of public approval. So it seems to me like almost a backdoor way to go ahead and accomplish what the voters said no to begin with. When you have reserves and funding and public safety taxes for 21, 22, does that go before the vote of the people? That was something we were assured and pushed on, and several of us were part of that pushing to make sure that the voters had a decision in the police station, not only on the cost, but also on the location. And should you proceed with the police station, whether it's a combined law enforcement center or not, whether it's to the north in the tech park or in a centralized downtown location. Regardless, I do believe the voters need to have a choice in this. Some of us, myself included, have had conversations with many people over this very issue, not only last year prior to the vote, but also now with the discussion of the budgets. And I would hate to find that this is a backdoor way of accomplishing exactly what the voters didn't vote in to begin with. Because to me, that would be literally ignoring what your constituents have actually voted and went to the ballots to vote about. They gave you their decision in November. Is this now a way to go through the back end of it and get it accomplished anyway? Because several individuals want to see this accomplished. You've gotten direction or given direction, excuse me, as a collective body, a council, that you were going to fund 6 firefighters. And now, with safer grants, suddenly that's going to be the only option. Well, if you don't get that, then when are you going to put the request for proposal out? When are you going to start hiring? When are you going to start going through that practice? It takes time to hire firefighters. 1, they should at least have the training of a firefighter 1. And 2, they should at bare minimum have their EMT certification in order to at least get boots on the ground. But they still have to get familiarity with the operations of the service themselves. How Fremont operates is different than the different firehouses in Omaha, which is different than Lincoln. So when you get that firefighter hired with that EMT certification, he may or may not bridge up and go to a paramedic, but by God, that guy's going to be expected to be able to put on a bunker coat and fully know how to operate all their apparatus that there is. So in order to do that, you have to pre-hire before the need, and you're already 6 firefighters down. So now you have to face and address the retirement of additional firefighters this year. At what point are you going to allow this to happen? So I can appreciate reliance on the SAFER grant, and I'm all for applying for every single grant you can get your hands on, but it is not self-sustaining. And also, do you intend, and I want this answered, do you intend to start on the police station before the people of Fremont approve the bonding? And will the public be able to vote on the final location? And if not, then this does literally look like a clear end run around the vote that they took last fall. Thank you.
Lori Adams, 2824 Laverna. I am disheartened that after hours and hours of debate on this budget and the many, many comments from the public begging for more firefighters, that it could still be delayed yet another full year. We have not had any increase in firefighters since 1969. That's 52 years ago. And the fact that we are willing to put that off for yet another year is absolutely shocking. We aren't talking about items such as whether to pave this street or to do that project. We're talking about literally the wellness and safety of the people in this community. And the fact that we have to continue to ask the surrounding communities to come to our rescue in time of need, as was the case this past weekend, proves that we need to make some changes now. What happens when these communities have their own emergencies that they have to attend to? Then who are we going to call? You had the firefighters, the ones actually who work on the front lines, passionately tell you last week, as well as in a previous meeting that I attended, that we need the firefighters now. We also heard that we will lose 3 more firefighters this next year, and yet the administration is still willing to wait and gamble on the SAFER grants and put this off for another year. The fact is, we desperately need to hire them now. Councilman Legband has even suggested that we hire 3 new firefighters now. And one of those firemen told you directly last week, Councilman Legband, that yes, we do need them now. The council voted last week almost unanimously to fund 6 new firefighters in 2022, but they are only funded for 4 months. And yet again, your instructions are ignored. These firefighters are counting on you to hear their plea for help. And as citizens who may have to rely on them at some point, we are also begging you for your help. I watched 3 or 4 firemen last week sit back here. They waited for 5 hours to make their voices heard. So let's not let these firefighters down and let their voices be heard with your vote here tonight. They work on the front lines for us. It's time that we come together as a community and work on the front lines for them. Thank you.
Joanne Prytower, 2105 North Union, Fremont. The addition of the 6 firefighters a year from now, and depending on the SAFER grants, is not realistic. If perchance the SAFER grants are not approved and the funds have not been budgeted, how do you plan to continue to pay these firefighters? You also opened the meeting speaking about honoring 911 and our own first responders. We need to get them the help they need to respond to the needs of our citizens. By holding off hiring the 6 new firefighters, we are endangering the current firefighters and the citizens of Fremont. How do you consider this honoring them?
Paul Von Baron, 2046 East 30th Street. My comments are a little different because they're shaped by the last 6 months. If you would have mentioned last week, if you would have asked me how many times I was going to speak in front of the council early this year, I would have probably said why, because I had really no intention to. But early in the spring, we got involved in, as you know, a fairly massive drainage project that's been a real plague in our community. Thanks to your help, we've got some hope of getting it straightened out. But I can tell you straight up, not complaining, not accusing, there has not been one conversation, there has not been one explanation, there has not been one decision by you or the planning commission that has ever survived once it's gone through your back office. Everything comes back changed. And that's become a huge frustration to us. And it was interesting. So the firefighters are now on hold for another year. Your exact wording on your resolution passed by the council 1 week ago in this room was first 6 words: fund 6 fire personnel in 2022. One conversation, I assumed it was well intended. Everything was well done. But one conversation in the back room, in the back offices, has overturned that decision. And now we're looking at a year down the road. I appreciate the difficulty of the funding. I understand that. But at the same time, your decision was that. Your decision didn't make on the drainage, didn't make it to the planning commission. The planning commission's decision didn't make it to you unchanged because it was all changed in the middle. And here we go again. And I'll go out on a limb. I'll make a prediction. Within 1 year, we will be building a new police station in the tech park, because there's going to be a study that says the tech park is the best place. Now just follow the money. So page 1 of the capital plan, this is just a quote right off. It's $3 million public bonds, $7 million sales tax and reserve funds. In the year 2022, $5 million of that is tax revenue and reserves. That's enough to get started. 22-23 bond spending kicks in, but we've already heard that the public doesn't have to approve those bonds. I promise you, there will be a study coming to you that says this needs to go into tech park. And the net result of that, because of the way this is laid out, the city is able to go ahead and start construction. And once this happens, there will be no going back, because you're going to have to complete it in the tech park because the money is already there and available. I'm sorry, that's not as accusatory as it sounds, but over the last 6 months, we've just learned that nothing survives the back room. Everything gets changed. Everything ultimately becomes what the city offices want, not the council, not the planning commission, not the people. That's one of the reasons that there is so much question on these out years in the budget. Yes, it's the plan. But when it comes back to be argued, the argument is always, no, it's already in the budget. Two very big differences in terminology, but that's always the way it's come back. And I thank you for taking that intersection out of there, because that was a very good move. I understand the terminal, but what we're dealing with here is just a crisis of confidence. We see nothing coming through the city. Your decisions don't stand. The planning commission's decisions don't stand. When are we ever going to get a transparent budget and a transparent process? When what you say, what you determine, what the people believe is happening actually happens. I very much appreciate your support. Thank you. Our problem is not with our elected officials, and we are very grateful for that.
My name is Barb Bushy. I live at 2037 East First here in Fremont. I've been a Fremont resident for almost 50 years. I've been out of town the last several meetings that you had, so apparently I've missed a lot and I apologize for that. It's my understanding that the city council voted 6-1 to fund an additional 6 firefighters. The administration, though, can only find funds through 2023. It behooves me to understand how you can increase someone's pay rate by 6 grades, or how you can continue to pay the Dodge County Humane Society monthly without explaining to the Fremont residents, voters, in an open meeting, your justification for this. I can only imagine, Jody, the complexities of working on a budget like this. But, and I don't think, keep that part away. It was announced at the last meeting that we will be losing 3 firefighters next year. I've known it for some time, and I'm sure the administration has also known it, and they've been aware of it. Waiting for the results of a study by SAFER to prove this need is ludicrous. Common sense should tell anyone that we need this now, not 6 months from now, not 2 years from now. We need it now. I volunteered with FRG, which is a family readiness program with the Army, for 29 years. They support families of military personnel. I've also been involved with the Red Cross. I volunteered with that for over 10 years. Through that time, I have found out what a teamwork can accomplish. Teamwork is a we program. It's not an I program. And too many times I have witnessed too many I programs that have been approved for one reason or another. Sorry. Some, but not all of you, have actually made a mockery of our democratic system, as far as I'm concerned. I don't need to say names. I won't point fingers. I know, the community knows, and you all know what I'm talking about and who I'm referring to, that our trust has been abused over and over and over again. Having said that, my final words tonight are shame on you. And you know who you are. Thank you for this time.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Robertson. I reside at 1896 Luther Lane in Hooper, Nebraska. I'm not a resident of Fremont. However, I came here tonight to talk about a budget item that I don't think anyone is actually aware of. It was the 6 firefighters that made me want to come. As someone who hasn't paid much attention, it dawned on me with the last, I think it was this weekend, there was a fire call, and Valley came, Arlington came, I think North Bend came, Cedar Bluffs came, and it's my understanding that that is kind of a typical way of handling things here in Fremont. And then I got to thinking, those are all volunteer fire departments. Okay, so with that said, I came here tonight to talk about something else. I have an organization called the Working Cat Project. While I think what the city has done with animal control is a good thing. However, looking at a budget of $300,000 for community service officers, when 37,000 was offered by Forever Home to do the same work. Just a thought, there's some money for our fire department. Anyway, there's one aspect of animal control that is not being addressed. And over the last week and a half, it came to light for me. My organization helps individuals, mostly in rural communities that have no animal control services, spay and neuter their cats. Why? Because cats breed 5 times in a season. They reproduce faster than rabbits, and they get out of control very fast. The city has now started to enforce its colony caretaker permit. What is that? It allows an individual to maintain outside cats for a fee of $150. The problem is they all have to be spayed and neutered. Who's going to do that? Is that in the city budget? Is that with the sheltering contractor? Or is it me, a nonprofit volunteer that's asked to do it and get paid nothing? Trapping of these cats, that issue has also come up in the last week. Who's going to trap them? Who's going to take care of the problem? We can issue all the permits we want, but who's going to do the work? I don't believe that is currently in the budget. If it is, I don't think the money set aside for animal control, and we're talking 6 figures, close to $600,000, that anybody is thinking about the actual work that has to go into animal control. This is not about saving cats. This is about controlling the population in your town. There's only one way to do it that actually works. Eradication has never worked. If you'd like to talk to me about it more, I can prove it to you. Thank you.
My name is Gene Schultz. I live at 2306 Jane Drive. The mayor claimed the budget as his when it included defunding the immigration ordinance defense fund as an unsustainable way to hire 6 additional firefighters. Whose budget is it now that 6 additional firefighters are added to the budget, but only funded for 4 months in 2022, and then for 12 months in 2023? With an even more understaffing situation looming in the coming 12 months. City administration chooses to roll the dice and gamble on getting temporary SAFER grants in September of 22. It's definitely not the budget the city council approved with a wide 6-to-1 margin to fund the 6 additional firefighters and 1 dispatch position for the full year. The council's voice was ignored. There are pleas from the firefighters that they need additional staff now. The administration has decided to ignore the direction of the city council and wait until September of 2022 to act on the firefighter staffing. Let's hope there are no big emergencies in the future.
On Zoom. Oh. Denise Shannon.
Good evening.
Yes, go ahead. Please state your name and address.
Denise Shannon, 830 East 21st Street. Um, I would like to say thank you to the firemen who continue to work for the city where it seems as though our city administration, our mayor, and some city councilmen continue to show lack of concern and insist on being negligent and I dare say, ignorant in your need for help now. That the money that they have but choose to put towards spend on other things rather than to hire more help so that your lives are not in danger. I don't know, I'm too upset to continue. It's just ridiculous. And I apologize for what we have to represent the city. There's no call for it. The money that they have now should be going towards firemen so you guys can work in a safer environment, as if your jobs are not dangerous enough. Now they insist on you working tired and short-staffed. And it's ridiculous. And I'm ashamed to be considered a citizen of this town with who represents it. Thank you.
Ray Tuff on Zoom.
Ray Tuff, 1825 North King, Fremont. I just want to say, Mayor, you should actually be pretty embarrassed when it comes to going to your home life with all of this stuff with the firemen, especially when your father-in-law is a fireman. So, do you really go to him and say, well, we had all these firemen standing up and we decided to wait and push them off a year again? I mean, come on. This is all backroom handled by Mr. Alaska. You know, this stuff has got to stop. You never had a big problem trying to find the $300,000 for the animal control officers. You didn't have a problem finding the $190,000 for Forever Homes. And we still don't even have a good program in place because, as Miss Barb Bushy stated, thinking that you guys are paying Dodge County Humane Society, which there's no proof of that, because in your approvals for payouts every month, Dodge County Humane Society hasn't shown up. But you got to be paying them somehow, some way, because they're still in contract. And as of just last month, they're still out seizing dogs. So you really never even fixed any of the animal control issues, except for you put Forever Homes before Dodge County Humane Society. So we've given you plenty of ways to save, the funds to fund these firefighters now, because we're going to be in the same position here in just a couple months when, captains retire and stuff. And you want to keep claiming, oh, well, we're listening to the experts, we're listening to the department heads. Well, when the department heads are not protected by the union, they're going to say whatever they need to. I think we need to trust the words from the actual firemen that are out there in the fighting these fires, who actually just got called back 4 times. Each shift got called back 4 times in a 24-hour period last week. That's ridiculous. And you guys want to sit up there and just wait for another year? Come on, find the money. And you didn't have to search very hard when you were ridiculously spending the money for animal control. So you need to fund the firefighters now and not wait for a grant that we've been denied 3 times for already. Thank you.
Teresa McCrander on Zoom.
My name is Teresa McGrander at 1825 North Keene Avenue. I have lived here most of my life. Joey, I am appalled at what you are allowing this to go on. Just appalled. Why would you even consider giving the city official, the city administrator, all these raises when he is making way more money than our governor? And he is not worth it. You need to stop right now and fund our city with our firefighters. With all the construction going on and all the fires that are happening unexpectedly, you guys aren't doing anything. You're not listening to the people. You're not listening to your council members. And your disrespect for some city council members, Mr. Mayor, is appalling. You are to be a set example. You were voted in to represent us, not the city administrator, not the chief city administrator, and you gave them all raises. But yet we can't fund the fire department? And you want to put the new location after we voted down and down and down? I agree with the back door sliding in, just like you did with the Splash Park. We voted it down 3 years in a row. Guess what? It's here and it is not making us money like projected. Joey, step up, be the man that you were voted in to be. Do something and do it right. Thank you.
No, go ahead.
Brenda Ray. I live at 1445 North Irving in Fremont. I do want to say that I agree with all the people that have given you quite the downdress on the fireman situation. You guys are putting your own homes and your own families at risk. You're putting the firemen that are doing this work when they're exhausted and called back, putting them at risk. I just find it incredible that you don't see the need to get the firemen now and get that in the budget. Secondly, though, you have taken a lot. Some of it you've deserved, some of it you haven't. It's just the way we all are. I want to thank you very much for striking that 23rd and Jaeger Road completely out. That I've heard that Village Inn needs to do some work. We've been up there and know they have water has come through their ceiling. They need to be at ease to know that they can do what they need to do to update the restaurant. And you aren't going to take it away from them in a year or two. I think this should put them at ease to feel like they're going to stay. And most people in town do like the Village Inn. It's close to the only place that doesn't serve alcohol, where you can just go have a nice family meal. So I really want to thank you for getting that completely off of there. Thank you.
Steve Ray, 1445 North Irving. I guess I'll agree with the other speaker just before me. I don't always. But I'm a little confused, I guess. The council voted to fund the fires firemen. Mr. Legband said, we're gonna hire them. And I've heard that. But I thought you were going to fund them as of maybe October 1st or whenever your budget starts, and put them on the agenda. Let's start hiring them. Let's don't wait on the SAFER grants, because as I understood it, they might not come through even if you get them till maybe May or June. There's 6 months of firefighting, and you definitely need firefighters now. I mean, we can't depend on these other people to come in all the time on these fires. We've had 2 major fires where they've worked double shifts just to put them out and stuff. And I thought you were going to budget whatever was necessary, and you aren't going to hire fire unless, I'd like to see 10 or 15 of them apply right away and say, oh yeah, we got a choice, but I don't think it's going to happen. It's going to take a while to even hire them. Even if you get the SAFER grants, it's probably going to take a while. I thought you were supposed to put it in the budget as of no later than January 1st at least, and get them going, get some applications out there so you can be hiring them and have the funding right now to do it. I realize you put funding in supposedly for 3 or 4 months, but I think you really need to get going on it now, especially when we're going to lose a couple more firefighters.
Any other comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
Like to enter some documents into the record, please.
Is there a second? Let's pass them out.
No, it's all one document.
It's all just one doc.
It's all one document. I was advised by council that one document, since it's so significant, that would be enough.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilman Ellis?
Sorry.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
To start my comments, I'd like to ask 3 questions. I'd ask that the answers be held till I finish the rest of my comments, but the questions would be this. It was stated that the job title and pay scales are totally reviewed every 2 years as a part of the biennial budget process. I'm interested in knowing why some non-bargain job titles ended up going up as more than 6 steps if that process is done for every budget cycle. 2, I'd like to have an answer to the question that was raised by the public with regards to when the police station project is actually going to start, and whether or not bonding would go before the public before the first shovel occurs. I'd like to offer these comments relative to what I believe has happened relative to the budget. So this is my critique and rationale for my upcoming vote regarding this budget. From the start, the budget schedule demonstrated poor administrative leadership and planning based on the May 5th schedule. The council was not to be allowed to be an effective participant until far too late in the process. The council had to initiate and schedule 3 extra budget meetings to afford public input and council discussion. This was something that even the mayor opposed. On the upside, the budget presents some mixed positives. Property tax mill levy will not be going up despite the impact from Costco's reduction in their assessed equipment. The public wanted to improve public safety spending, and the council did modify the budget to add 6 new firefighters and 1 new dispatch person. Unfortunately, and contrary to the council's action, the budget doesn't follow the council's instructive vote and delays the 21-22 implementation by 8 months. The public wanted safety staffing additions without funding and using the immigration fund. This happened as a result of council intervention. The police department was allowed to add CSO personnel, but picking up animal control under the city administrator's plan cost the taxpayers over $100,000 annually. Funding for quiet zones for railroad crossings was incorporated. However, the second highest ranking capital project got less early funding than many other lower priority street projects. The council prioritized the 32nd Street and Railroad Claremont projects as requested, but failed to address and list potential ARPA funding as a storm drainage cost option. And This throwing more taxpayer money at the tech park where lot sales failed to recover infrastructure and street costs. The city is significantly spending down its accumulated reserve on projects like the $10 million police station, which is still under study, and the $8 million maintenance building. These projects may or did not go to the voters. I hope that funding of these projects doesn't prove to be an end run around the voters of Fremont. The council voted to eliminate the $15 million 23rd and Yeager Street intersection. Fortunately, this was eliminated tonight by vote of council, and I give you my thanks. I'm sure that Village Inn and Wendy's and the other businesses in the area that would be involved in the intersection realignment feel the same. An airport hangar project using city reserves is still a placeholder in the 24 budget. We left that in tonight, unfortunately. And unfortunately, salary increases for non-bargain wage scales and COLAs and which is a major component of the budget, were not disclosed until September 7th. And the rationale for the increases went unexplained despite questions being raised and the fact that salary studies were completed back in 2020. Lastly, attempts to provide for salary ordinance amendments that would have facilitated future administration structure and payroll modifications that can improve the city's efficiency and that were requested by the public were not embraced by this council. Bottom line for me, this budget process has been about as transparent as a lump of coal, and it still contains too many faults. We're not following the council's instructions. Many of the documents that we even received tonight for final reading and approval were unavailable to us in a timely fashion for us to review. And I am very appreciative of all the effort that the staff has to do to make these changes. It just goes to show you that the budget schedule does not work. We didn't get a chance as council to review these documents. I don't know when they were finalized, but they were not in the packet as of Friday. They weren't given to us in advance before we showed up here. The public wasn't given these documents in advance, so they couldn't study or ask questions on these documents either. I find that whole process to be untenable, something that definitely has to be improved in the future.
Any other comments from council? Councilman Ellis?
I'm going to have to reiterate some of the issues that Council Yeager brought to mind because I second those very much. This whole budget process, this is my second one now as a city council that's been on seat for 3 years. I'm extremely disappointed. We went backwards. This budget, it took the council to come together and vote for 3 more additional meetings so that the citizens could have their voice. That wasn't going to happen with the mayor. It took the council to bring those meetings in front of you so you guys could have your voice. I do appreciate it. You guys have shown up in numbers, and I do appreciate it. And I let you know that your council is listening. But it took a lot to get the information. Property valuations. Majority of you saw a 6 to 7% increase in your property valuations. Yes, the mayor will quote that it went down by 3%. That didn't happen to majority of you guys. Most of them went up 6%. So you will be paying more money this time around for property taxes because most individuals, the average increase was 6 to 7%. So you guys will be paying more money this year than last year, even though the mill levy was kept the same. I appreciate that. We have a habit of over budgeting and then using the excess for capital. It's exactly what happened in 2021. We budgeted $30 million in expenditures. At the end of the year, we had $21 million of expenditures. That came from the numbers that we were getting. That tells me we've got to stop doing what we're doing. It's not working. It's failing. It's failing the people of the city of Fremont. We've got to find a better way to do our budgets. I would like to see Fremont go back to an annual budget until we get this issue under control, because it is an issue and it desperately needs to be rectified. The firefighters, I'm not sure what some of the other city council members heard, but I heard from several firefighters last week stating, we need help and we need it now. I understand Chief Burnt didn't say that, but Chief Burnt is in a very awkward position. He can't speak with his boss sitting up here in front. So I take that into consideration. Also, I spoke with many firefighters over the weekend. A lot of them attended the fall festival. I appreciate them showing up there. Every single one of them said, we need help and we need it now. We're going to be worse off in 3 or 6 months because we're losing captains and we need help now. It is our duty as a council to make sure that we take care of the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. And I don't believe we're doing that right now. We've had 2 major fires here this summer, and thank goodness nobody has gotten hurt yet. But what is it going to take to make this council do something before somebody gets hurt or we lose a life because of our relying on outside sources to do our firefighting for us, or at least covering for us? This has got to stop. We've got to make adjustments for our firefighters right now. Say get 3 on right now. It's going to take a long time to get these firefighters up and running. We're going to be losing 3, so we need to get them going now. The salary comparison study still is a thorn in my side. And I know that we were told by our law firm that that will never become public knowledge. That is wrong. I'm looking at reasons why that cannot become. Just what Councilman Yerger said, if we were that far behind in that many positions, somebody failed their job. Why did we have to go so many jobs up so many pay grades? That hurt. That's almost $1 million a year that we're spending now for those pay grades because of those increases in pay. So that was unacceptable and needs to be looked at and needs to be fixed. These are the reasons why, and I'm sure I'm missing some of them, that I personally cannot put my name on this budget and walk away with a smile. I will not vote yes on this budget because there's so many inefficiencies in providing the health and safety and the welfare of our citizens that I will not vote for this budget.
Any other comments from council? Councilwoman Ganem. Councilman Yerger.
Well, it is, we're kind of caught, and I've been mulling this over a lot this weekend, and I have talked to some firefighters, and I've also talked to some retired Fremont firefighters as well. They felt the SAFER grants is a prudent way to go, and they write SAFER grants. Matter of fact, some of them have written them for some of our surrounding cities. And they felt SAFER grants are awarded when you show a need that you have it. And if we haven't received SAFER grants in the past, we didn't have a greater need than some of the other communities, basically. But we do have a great need for it. And why did we wait until now, right now? I know our mayor asked us beginning in January, what do you see as priorities for our city? He asked each one of us, to give us his input. He asked again later on. So he has taken some of it from us. I'll tell you, we didn't bring up firefighters as an issue, not until we've had fires, lately. But I felt, some of them felt they could continue. They have been working. They have been meeting the need. This last weekend's fire department, though, they had all of our firemen there and others because it was continuing. They had to knock down those ceilings and find the hot spots. And so they were there most of the night doing that. And yes, they had a lot of help. And we go for them too when we do need it. Salary comparisons, right, I know that is an issue, and I know they're trying to bring them up to point on some of them. Why do we let it go so low? I don't have an answer for that. I do not have an answer for that. Police station, I didn't put a sticker on anything because we voted down the joint enforcement, law enforcement center. This is a little bit different. Maybe we need to reapproach some of that. City efficiency, some of the proposals are to just do some wholesale changes. This starts October 1. I felt the SAFER grants working toward that in May would be a great way to at least adjust and see where we can take the money. When you add money, it has to come from somewhere else, unless you increase taxes. And I talked to many people. They do not want their taxes to increase. As Councilman Yurgert pointed out, some of these folks say 18% is too much. They've had it. They don't want it for anything to be increased. I mean, that's not, some of my neighbors are saying something different, so that's why it's hard to assess. But I have tried to assess and balance that. And yes, in 22, we will add 6 firefighters. I think it would be prudent to apply for those SAFER grants. And then also, I know Councilman Ellis brought up that we need to look at. He didn't say change it, but we do need to study, should there be a different organizational structure in administration? Where else can the money come from? What would be more efficient? And there are ways and that we can do it. So it does allow some of that time. Otherwise, you're going to take from everyone to make this happen. And that's unfortunate.
Councilman Jensen.
I just echo with some of what Councilwoman Ganem has said. I don't think there's anybody in here who's 100% happy with this budget. That's staff, public, anybody. I will swallow hard, but I will support the staff on this budget. This process needs to look different 2 years down the road. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. As far as the interlocal agreements and then other coming, Chief Berger, you can tell me if I'm wrong. This is very, very commonplace for there to be interlocal agreements between fire departments all around an area. Part is a way of cost saving, to where you don't have to try to man for every possible event that might happen. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other comments from council? You've already had your chance to speak.
I raise an objection. The mayor has just ruled that I've already had an opportunity to speak. I will point out to this council that at the beginning of this discussion, I wanted to make formally a motion that we waive the muzzle rule for tonight on this item. Was not allowed to do so. During the course of the evening's discussion on this item, council members have spoken repeatedly and numerously, more than once, and we have gone beyond, well beyond the 40-minute time limit on this item, as is required by city code. So to say that I can't have one more comment on this item is highly objectionable. And I would ask for my other council members' support to, one, get the answers to the questions that I posed originally. And two, I want to make a motion that we amend the budget that's before us tonight to fund the first year of 6 firefighters. The full year. So I have that motion on the floor. I'd like the answers to the questions that I posed earlier that were ignored because I think I was entitled to ask those questions and I was entitled to answers. I got neither. So as not to not waive an opportunity for this motion, I make a motion to amend the budget for a full year's funding for the 6 firefighters.
You know, there has been a lot said tonight in regards to this budget and regards to this process. And, you know, it is my job as mayor to do the best job that I can to lead the city and move us forward. Does that mean everything in this budget is giving everybody everything? No. But we have to look at this in a prudent manner. And one of my jobs is regards to when you look at the SAFER grants and you look at the comments that we have received from email in regards from the union and our fire chief in regards to the willingness to go through the SAFER grant process. We are talking over 3 years, possibly $1 million or more of grant funding. So if I were to ask the, average citizen, would we just ignore that opportunity and spend the money now? A little bit of patience in regards to the SAFER grants is a prudent thing to do. And there's support within the whole city in regards to that.
Where?
And in regards to the process, we've had this discussion already. Councilwoman Gannon brought up, I did ask back in January at our retreat, and I got, what were the goals from council? And came back with the goal, proposal that I put out. Nothing in there was regards to increase fire department. And so I'm asking tonight for this council to support this budget. This budget does the things that I mentioned, keeps the property tax levy the same, invests into public safety. It does add the 6 firefighters. Yes, it waits to complete the SAFER grant process. As our fire chief has said, we have a really very good chance of getting that. And it also invests into streets and infrastructure and improving that. So I do not agree with any kind of motion to amend this budget tonight before you. Is good and ready to go. And I ask again for council support.
So I have a motion on the floor, correct? Legal, I have a motion on the floor.
Yes, one thing we'd want to look at though, you're increasing in expenditure. And we just want to make sure the budget forms that go to the state won't get kicked back by the auditor.
I understand that, counsel. The motion that was originally approved in the earlier.
No, what's your
meeting-
motion right now?
My motion is to amend the current budget that's before us tonight to reflect a full year's worth of funding for 6 firefighters. That
Do we
is,
know-
that is no different than the resolution that was passed by this council 6-1 in previous meetings. I think it was back on September 7th.
Do you know how
Which
much?
was not incorporated by staff in the preparation of what's before us tonight.
Do you know how much that would increase the
I
expenditure?
do
for
not.
firefighters?
I do not, but the
Okay.
staff was challenged originally to determine the funding necessary to fund 6 firefighters for the
300,000.
whole year per our resolution.
The reserves? Okay. So it's roughly $262,761.96 additional.
Okay,
And-
if you say so, I don't know. I can't validate the
And
numbers.
do you know where you want it to come from?
I have no idea where it should come from. It wasn't my challenge. It was the challenge to staff put to them on September 7th.
Okay.
By 6-1 vote of this council. So I'm only asking that we actually fulfill what we originally approved 6-1 by council vote.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm fine with that motion.
Okay. Is there a second? Councilman Ellis?
I second that motion. Tonight, we realize that we are going to gain $2 million in our reserves by the end of this budget year. Surely we can come up with $250,000.
Any other comments from council before we vote? Councilwoman Ganem.
I think it's not prudent to just make wholesale and you're gonna have to take away. I know you're gonna shake your heads that just don't believe that. But I really believe we need to examine different processes and suggestions. Councilman Ellis made some recommendations that we do that. And I think the answers and questions that he brought up, one is the organization, but you don't make those wholesale changes by October 1. And when I voted for this, when we said, yes, we need to fund the 6 firefighters in 22, it didn't say January that I recall, and I'd have to look it up. But I thought we said we would find funding so that we could start funding firefighters in the 22 budget.
Any other comments from council? If not, we'll go to vote. Okay, cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-5.
I would take a motion in regards to ordinance 5585. Councilman Jensen,
Make a motion to hold third reading of ordinance 5535.
Councilman Legban,
I will second that.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 6-2.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska to adopt the budget statement to be termed the appropriation bill to appropriate sums for necessary expenses and liabilities and to provide for an effective date on final reading.
Please cast your final vote.
Motion carries 6, actually, the ordinance is approved 6-0, Mayor, 6-2, Mayor.
Time is now 9:50. We'll reconvene at 10 o'clock.
What's that? When am I gonna? Never. I can do the motions and check if I. I'm sorry. Actually, you know what, I can't, because we live at the city limits. We live in South Cove, and so, yeah, South Cove, yeah, we, so that's why I don't get to vote for any council or anything that happen in the city, but it all affects us. We can bring it to while, whatever they call that. And we're not in, so we're kind of like in between. And just. I know. I might work in the city now, utilities downstairs.
Yeah.
And I don't need it for, but I come to show my, I'm here because I believe what's going on. I show my support.
And you have to be careful.
I do. Yeah.
A lot of examples.
I live.
For example, before
Yes.
people who did not toe the line.
Yes.
Yeah, I respect that.
Yeah.
I respect that.
And I totally support all of you guys are working hard for it. I really appreciate you guys.
It's kind of a low paying job.
It is a negative thing, isn't it? I can be so unhappy.
Just everything in these budget hearings. The councilman instead of Joey. And I consider him a personal friend. I told him a year ago before he was elected. I appreciate you. This is gonna come back. This is gonna come back.
I'm just grateful for the fire for the ones. Yes, for that,
Yeah.
but for the guys that are fighting for us.
Well, it's just interesting. Interesting where we are.
But
No, I didn't get to talk. Trying to talk Charlie into running.
but I live out of the city limits and I
I
said.
told her it didn't, I told her it didn't matter to our neighbor. Good night. Live farther out, you
Yeah,
just rent a place.
yeah, sure.
It works. No big deal.
No.
Laura, how are you? Good.
I've heard that. Called my husband last time. I didn't come last time. I had something else going on. Time before that, I was here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Where did you because he thought something had happened. So tonight I stepped out for just a second to call and say, hey. We're watching.
I hope to do that.
All we're really staying around for is the very last thing. Well, no, we haven't got to. I'm gonna do the right thing because they're doing the budget. That's what we just did. So we have all the new business. I told my husband I wouldn't much longer, so we just debated whether I should just go now. He's always speaking.
Yes, sir.
She'll see you when she sees you.
Put the dog out.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Right, time is now 10 o'clock. If council could come back, please. We'll get started. Okay, moving on to item 16.
Mr. Mayor,
I
raise a point of information.
Okay, go ahead.
Prior to the recess that we took, I had 2 questions pending on the table that remained unanswered. I'd like answers to those questions. That's my point of information.
At this point, Mayor, we've moved on to the next agenda item. If they're pertinent to this agenda item, you can ask them again.
Can we go to a vote of the council if they want that to be?
So that would be a point of order.
Okay.
And it depends on how you rule on the point of order, and then you can appeal a point of order to the council.
Okay. Well, I'd say we move on to the next agenda item. Resolution 2021-134, setting property tax request at $6,342,636.26 for fiscal year 2022 and $6,342,636.26 for fiscal year 2023. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. This is the resolution that was continued from the last meeting. And we've held all of the public hearings that are required by statute. And the item is before you. It is what the amounts that were in the state budget form are presented here in a rather detailed form that's required by state statute.
Questions for staff? Councilman Yerger.
I just would like to know whether or not this item was affected by Friday's packet material update and the late filed exhibits that were received tonight, because I'm assuming the answer is yes, but I guess you can clarify for me if the answer is no, this item hasn't changed since back on September 7th. The other comment that I would make is that keeping the property tax levy flat sounds good on its surface. However, if the city had not historically and repeatedly set its levy to reflect budget levels that would be systematically underrun, the taxpayers could have potentially had tax relief along the way instead of amassing an embarrassment of riches in the city's reserves, which are now going to be spent on this budget and multi-million-dollar projects like the $10 million police station and the $8 million maintenance building that the public did not and will likely not get to vote on. The prior biennial budget attempted to deliver a small amount of property tax relief because of the excess reserves we had on hand. This wasn't even a consideration to be an option at this point in the budgeting process that we have and what we're looking at this particular agenda item. Finding it better to just spend down the overtaxed reserves on big expenditure projects. So the dollar amount that is reflected in this resolution has not changed since when?
I think since the first time you've seen any of the budget documents, this is how we have brought it forward. You might have gotten a very first draft somewhere along the way that showed the property tax request. If we left the property tax request the same, after the first time you saw it, it was reduced because we had the valuation. Again, this is one of the reasons why it's a compressed budget. You need to wait until you get valuations. Since valuations have been presented by the county, that number has not changed.
So since the 20th or whatever, and you calculated, I think then at the September 7th meeting, these numbers are identical to the
sir.
September 7th meeting.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Ellis?
I do appreciate that we're able to keep I can't say appreciate, the mill levy was kept the same. We had as the citizens of Fremont, we had 8% of our property values removed from the tax roll, which put the burden more on the people that have property in the city limits. So most of us saw a 6 to 7% increase in our valuations, which is going to see an increase in your sales, your property tax. So I don't know what to do, but these numbers are the best we can do. We're not, ultimately, I would have liked to see them go down, but health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Fremont, we couldn't come up with $250,000 to bring 6 more firefighters on for 9 more months. It's such anyway, thank you very much.
Any other comments from council? Take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Legband,
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2021-134.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-1, Mayor.
Moving on to item 17, discussion Northeast Nebraska Solid Waste Coalition budget and rates for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021. This time we'll hear a report from Council Member Jensen.
I'll just read from the staff menu.
I'm going to turn on your mic, please.
According to the Northeast Nebraska Solid Waste Coalition interlocal agreement, a town hall meeting is held in the 3 largest communities each year to review the coalition's proposed budget and rates. Included in the agenda packet is a proposed budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022. That leaves the rate unchanged at $24 per ton and assumes Waste Connections continues operation of the coalition landfill with no fee increase. Balance forward increases $786,276, going from $6,386,195 last year to $7,172,648 this year, primarily due to normal operations of the coalition. Use fees decreased $36,803 or 1.18%. due to a 1,547 ton decrease in budgeted tonnage for regular waste. With tipping fees at $24 per ton, budgeted use fees are $3,070,843. Interest income decreases $33,000 due to a decrease in budgeted interest rate from 0.75% last year to 0.15% this year. Personnel costs increased $4,082 or 4.25%. Personnel costs include a 3% cost of living adjustment and normal merit increase. Disposal fees decreased $8,993 or 0.77% due to the decrease in the budgeted tonnage. Other professional fees decreased $277,894 to $248,000 for engineering and legal services for a master plan and $30,000 for tier 1 study budgeted in the year prior. This year's capital outlay is $300,000 for vertical and lateral permit modifications and $220,000 for design and bid services for area 6.1. Also included in the agenda packet is a post-closure care fund budget. The transfer from the operating fund increases $2,725 or 0.72% from $380,395 last year to $383,120 this year. Total funds available for closure, post-closure increases 7.24% from $9,814,971 last year to $10,525,996 this year. Approximately half of the increase is due to interest earnings and half is due to the current year funding.
Thank you, Councilman Jensen. Are there any comments from the public? Any comments from council? There's no further action on this item. Again, thank you to Councilmember Jensen for the report. And we'll move on to item 18. Item 18, Resolution 2021-132, approving an additional 1% increase in base limitation on restricted fund authority for the 2021-2023 biannual budget period. So at this time, we'll have staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. This resolution represents the approval of an additional 1% increase in our base limitation on restricted funds authority for the 21 to 2023 biennial budget period. I've gone into a fair amount of detail in previous presentations regarding this. So I'll leave it up to you.
Any questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
I'd like to suggest an amendment to resolution 2021-132. It seems minor, but as I recall, this takes a 3/4 majority vote. Is that correct, Jody? The resolution states that it's a majority vote in the now be it therefore resolved statement, probably more appropriately stated as by a 75% majority vote, the council approved, because that's what it will take. Well, you can call it supermajority. I don't care which wording you use, 75% or supermajority, but that's the appropriate wording, I think, based on how it has to be passed, correct?
That's true, and that's in the first whereas as well, that an affirmative vote of at least 75% of the governing body.
Right.
So I have it there, but if you'd like it in the.
I like it in the resolution statement, if that's okay. The rest of the resolution seems to be sort of narrative, but I'll leave it up to council. I make a motion to amend the resolution in the now therefore be it resolved statement.
Tyler, did you have a comment?
I would just say, I think you could fix it by saying a supermajority vote on item 1 and just add the word super.
That'd be fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there a second to the amendment? Councilman Jensen?
Yeah, I'll second that. Second.
Okay. Ready? Cast your votes.
The motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Now I'd take a motion in regards to the resolution 132 as amended. Councilman Yerger?
Oh, I'm sorry, not making.
Okay. Councilman Ellis?
I'm not ready for a motion. I got a question.
Oh, okay. Oh, yep. That's fine. Go ahead.
Jody, I somehow I'm having a hard time getting my head wrapped around this. We had discussions last budget time. So this essentially gives us the ability to raise the amount of reserves every year, or we actually take what we had for reserves one budget and we get to add this
It's not reserves, it's for spending.
for spending.
It's looking at how much can you spend how much can the political subdivision spend in a single year?
So the legislation gives us unlimited amounts to spend, which we can only tax a certain amount, right? Or am I getting that back up? I mean,
This is restricting how much of restricted funds. Remember, we're talking about restricted funds.
restricted funds. So it's not a budget of how much money we have to budget for this department.
Right.
It's restricted
Right.
funds.
It's the spending of restricted funds and how much, what our authority is to spend out of that bucket, if you will. It really doesn't impact the reserves other than you can't spend more in restricted funds unless you dig into reserves than what you collect. I mean, those are your two choices.
So if we don't raise this, we still can move money around or move, like, because you just said we can. So this is unrestricted funds that we.
These would be restricted funds.
Restricted
Mhm.
funds. And this simply gives us the ability to raise that a dollar amount.
To spend more in the event something comes up. I mean, there's still all kinds of restrictions. You can't spend more than you have.
Right.
But it would also allow you to spend reserves. This is related to spending, not related to taxing.
So we
authority.
have reserves that are restricted. And we can't spend only a certain amount of those.
That's part of what those calculations do for
And
us.
so if we have more reserves than we can spend, what happens? Restricted, if we have more restricted reserves than what we've been authorized to spend.
Then the projects have to wait until the next year.
Okay, so the reserves just build up, we spend what we can. And then wait for the next year. So is this number constantly increasing over time?
It depends on the year. If there's something that we're putting through, for example, a good example of that would be when we were funding the Southeast Beltway. Those were large dollar amounts and they were paid for with restricted funds.
So it's based off of how much money you spent in restricted funds in 1 year.
Mhm.
And then, so we had a lot of money that we spent of restricted funds in 1 year. So we really didn't need to bump it up because we already had a big number there.
That year, yes, but it builds up every year that you add that 1%, you're increasing it for future councils.
But if you're just throwing my logic off again. So every year it doesn't go back, it doesn't look at the previous year, or it does.
It starts with the previous
So
year.
1 year we had a lot of unrestricted funds that we spent on the Beltway, which got the number really high.
Mhm.
Now we're starting from there, and we're trying to go higher. That was my question.
Yeah,
because- So we
I
had,
can't, I'll be honest, I can't give you a strict answer on that because I don't know. It's not a way, the way that you're looking at it is not a way that I've considered it before.
say that one more time.
The way that you're looking at it is not a way that I've considered the question before.
Okay, but just from our discussion here, it appears that this number never goes down. The amount of restricted funds that we can spend never goes down. It's always going up. And we're asking, normally we have
Right.
permission to raise it 2.5%
Mhm.
every year. And then the council has to give the additional 1%
Correct.
every year.
But one thing I'd point out to you as I'm thinking about the form and going through that process in my head, we received 10% in the 2020, for the 2022 year, the way the calculations worked out, we acknowledged that large increase where we topped out $2 billion. So we did receive that this year, but to your point, it's not ever going to be less than a 2.5% increase. You're right about that. But we're not talking about double-digit increases every year.
But it never goes down.
I can't imagine a scenario where that number would go down.
If the valuation was to fall for some reason, wouldn't it?
But the unused restricted authority isn't impacted by only the increase is impacted by valuation, and it never, the 2% is 2.5% is automatic in the statute. So yes, I can't imagine an instance where it would go down.
So it's always going up. And a couple of years ago, we had a really high year because of the Beltway, which caused it to go up, and it's still up there. So we'd have to have something comparable to the Beltway that
Well-
we would ever reach that limit.
But you have to consider that the Beltway was in $6 million increments per year, not the whole 20 million at once.
Okay. So what is the ramification if we don't pass this 1% increase? I mean, we're just at 2.5% then. Well, you said the first year we're at 13 because we've
Right.
already, so we've
Right.
already raised it 13%. The next
Due to
year,
growth. Mhm.
in growth, the next year, we're gonna raise it 3.5 if we go with the 1%.
Correct.
Okay. So it's really, yeah, that's what concerns me a little bit is this number just keeps getting bigger and bigger, or the amount of unrestricted funds that we can spend.
Restricted funds.
Restricted funds. And so this number just keeps getting larger.
The authority does, yes.
because
But
they
that
give us-
doesn't mean,
Because they give us 2.5% every year.
right,
But last year, we got the 13% because of,
no, this is going into 2022.
right.
Mhm.
So 2022, we get 13%.
Mhm.
Because why again?
Well, no, it's the additional amount is 10% that's
And then-
over and above,
and
and
then-
then it's 2.5 and 1.
Because of property valuations, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Jensen.
If there's no further discussion, I'd just like to make the motion to approve amended resolution 2021-132.
Councilman Yerger.
I just have one in follow-up to Councilman Ellis's question. So just to make sure that I understood your discussion with him, does this incremental or this increase to the lid facilitate essentially bigger budget versus actual spending, and thus the potential for more excess restricted fund reserves? Is that a true statement or needs to be clarified by you? Do I need to go through it again? Maybe it was convoluted. I don't know. What I heard
Would-
Councilman
would-
Ellis asking was, we get the 2.5% and now this gives us an extra 1% headroom. So yeah, it sounds, like it would be, but if in fact we consistently underspend what we have budgeted, doesn't this ultimately lead to what we have been experiencing, which is an ever increasing amount of reserves for the city?
It doesn't necessarily facilitate that because you're still constrained by how much you raise your property tax request. There's increases that or things that cap that so that you can't go. And again, we're at what, I think between the two, we're at like 31 cents. Or is it 32? Somewhere in there. We can go up to 40 cents per mil. That would be kind of what your ceiling is, but you still have to look at all the restricted funds, and there's a limit to how much of those come in.
Right.
So this is one way, this is one of two ways that the state works at making sure cities don't go crazy spending money, essentially.
Because they're capping you at the 2.5% initially with a 1% kicker. If you think you need it, you can
Right.
apply. So you
Right.
have a 3.5% sort of cap. And my question was, well, yeah, so that now you're capped at that amount. And if in fact you budget accordingly, but then underspend that, let's say by 20%, the difference ends up in reserve.
Well, the second half of your sentence is simply a matter of fact. If we budget more than we spend, the balance goes into reserves.
Right. Could be 2.5% up, or it could be 3.5% up if we approve the 1%, because you have more headroom with the latter.
I guess the thing I would point out to you is to look at how much is already being left as unspent in the state budget form, because we're not anywhere close to spending that in this 2-year budget.
Right. That's my point. Thanks.
Councilman Legband.
Yeah, Jody, if we don't pass this 1%, do we kind of hamstring the next budget process?
That would be my interpretation, is that you're putting limits on future councils.
All right, Councilman Jensen has a motion. Is there a second? Councilman Legband,
I will second his motion.
cast your votes. Oh, yes, thank you. It's as amended. Yes. He made it as amended. Yeah.
Motion carries 6-2.
Now I take a motion in regards to amended resolution 2021-132.
So I think we are taking care of those.
That was it? Okay, so we're good to move on. Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to number 19. Resolution 2021-139, committing fund balance for large capital improvement projects in future years and for immigration ordinance defense and implementation / enforcement. We'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. I've listed out what we have in total for committed funds. This is representative of what's included in the budget that was previously approved this evening, and showing how we're committing certain amounts of our general fund, and this is related specifically. No, it's not. It's the in the governmental funds. I was thinking that it was general fund, but we have amounts for, oh, it is the general fund. Because the amount, okay, it's an accounting thing, sorry. For example, the street department building, their share of the street department building, the $4 million, we are using street tax or street fund reserves for that purpose. But because it's being used for street maintenance and improvements, that's already the purpose of that fund. These are only general fund dollars that we are asking the council to consider committing. We have to do that before the end of the fiscal year on September 30th. Depending on how things go, there may be a change in some of that. This is the first reading of it, or not, I shouldn't say first reading. I'm bringing it to you to look at. It will be before you on the 28th for you to consider the final approval of that. I do have the ad for the airport terminal building that was previously committed. That was that $958,000 that we moved out of the year-end estimate for the airport and moved it into the 2022 budget because they're not going to be done with it until 2022. So the number that will be on the staff report the next time you see this for 2022 is $3,331,040. The 2023 commitment doesn't change. Yes. Yes. Yes, because this was, I apologize. This looks like I'm asking you to approve it. And I intended to say that basically we wanted to give you time to look at it, consider it, rather than just bring it to you on the 28th and say, we need you to pass this right away. We're trying to give you an opportunity to look at it and consider it. On the second page, you'll see basically it's reiterating the resolution offered by Councilmember Yerger, Resolution 2021-135, setting aside the defense, ordinance defense and enforcement. And we're anticipating that number to not exceed 1.4 million. We don't, as I said, we don't have to say what the total is for this purpose. But when we settle out the year of 2020 and we see what those balances are, that's when those numbers get solidified. We're giving you numbers not to exceed so that you see we're not going to appropriate any more than what, or excuse me, not appropriate, commit any more than what you've outlined here. So we've kind of rounded up a little bit as opposed to rounding down. I'd take any questions if anybody has any on the list that we have here.
Councilman Yerger.
First off, I want to thank you for making special note in the documentation as to the prior action of council with regards to the immigration fund and for finding the amount and rounding up as far as that goes. So thank you for that. But I do want to ask a couple of questions with regards to your staff report. The multi-purpose parks building warehouse facility previously committed the 2333 number.
Mhm.
That's not bonded, right? That's just going to be general fund usage
Mhm.
and wasn't taken to the public for a vote, right?
Correct.
And the $5 million law enforcement center amount that's there. One of the questions that didn't get asked earlier was, that's not bonds, that's reserves.
Mhm.
And so the question that was asked by the public was, does this mean that the law enforcement center could start shovel ready with this $5 million before it ever goes to the public for bonding, which isn't reflected until the second year of budget?
It might surprise some members to realize that we would not start a project unless we were sure we had all the funding that we needed in place. And so until a decision had been made about issuing bonds, and again, council has to approve issuing any bonds, we're not going forward on this project until we have the authority to issue bonds.
Thank you for clarifying that. That was the clarification I was looking for earlier.
The general obligation bonds instead of public safety bonds. I don't know that it necessarily matters. Well, it depends on whether or not you're going to do general obligation or the general obligation bonds would be, general obligation bonds are those that we would send we would increase our debt service levy to cover the cost to pay back those bonds. Public safety bonds don't have that general obligation. They call it a backstop, meaning if we don't collect enough in sales tax or however we're anticipating spending it, we can always just hit up the citizens for it. So it depends on how we want to move forward on what kinds of bonds we want to use.
Okay, the reason for my asking and the reason for asking the follow-up is I think the public was asking to understand whether or not if bonds were going to be issued for the police station, would they have an opportunity to weigh in as they did last time? Or has this now been shifted to just being a council matter and they might come to speak at our meetings, but they're not going to expect to see something on a ballot? That's what I was sensing from the public. And I'm just trying to get clarity as to, yeah, that's right, it's not going to go back to ballot, or yeah, no, it could. I don't know what the answer is. Just trying to make sure that the public understands how this is working for them, because this $10 million amount was taken to the public, as well as the location was taken to the public, and the voters rejected. Now it's finding its way back into the budget. We have funding mechanisms built into the budget. And I think what I hear from them is their concern as to, well, are we just doing what we voted down and we're not going to get another public say relative to this because it's all in your house now, council? And if that's the answer, I'd like to make sure that the public understands that.
And those decisions are not in my office to make.
Okay, and perhaps the mayor or the city administrator could weigh in relative to the process and procedure as it potentially involves the public relative to the police station.
As I've mentioned before, we had a CIP meeting in this room with the council as well as myself, where we, voted in regards to the important projects of the city. The law enforcement center was the top from this council, the top vote getter. So the budget prioritized funding in regards to that, that decision that council that made. So in regards to, we're getting the study, we need to have the meeting with Dodge County to see where we move forward at this point. So, I mean, I don't know. I think it's just too early to, make any type of decision in regards to this. I know the police department needs it. They need it now. So we need to get working on it as quickly as possible.
With all due respect, Mayor, I don't disagree with what you just said as far as the police department needs help and they need it soon. The building is in disrepair. There's no question about that. But I don't think you addressed my specific question about whether or not the public would expect to have this go back in front of them with regards to funding and bonds once the location is identified in the study that's yet to be completed and or the mechanisms that would be used. We have placeholders in the budget and we have some bonds identified in the budget. But it's not clear, and I don't think it's clear. It's not clear to me, and it's not clear to the public as to whether or not those are bonds that have to be approved by them or only approved by this council. That's the clarity I'm looking for, and I don't think you addressed that in your response to me. If you did, I missed it.
And like I said, it's too early. I mean, we got to discuss and understand the options that we have moving forward. We need to continue this item. Okay. Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to continue item 20, resolution 2021-138. 139 to the next regular meeting.
Okay. Councilman Legband.
I'll second that.
All right, cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 20, resolution 2021-138 to approve change order number 1 for Lincoln Avenue and 29th Street paving project. This time we'll have staff report.
Dave Godikin, Director of Public Works. As described, this is the Lincoln Avenue and 29th Street paving project, also known as the Tech Park. It's been a very challenging project. I counted it out earlier. Since the inception of this project about 1.5 years ago, we've designed it and redesigned it no less than 5 times. Not necessarily bad or wrong. It's just things that have happened during the process, and it's added significantly to the scope of the project. We went out for bids early this spring, received a bid from a contractor to do the project, and it included 29th Street from Yeager Road to Oxford Street, and then Lincoln Road from the Rawhide Creek to 32nd Street. And that would include all the water and storm sewer, sanitary sewer, and paving for the project, plus all the fill. Since that time, as it's been going back and forth between the city council and the planning commission and concerns from the neighbors, there was a requirement for a detention cell to be built on the site. It started out as a 10-year storm, and then it increased to a 100-year storm. So as this change order stands right now, which is something typically that we do on a project, at the very end of the project, we balance out all the numbers when we do the final payout for the project and close out the project. But in this case, the change on this project is very significant. $1 million is a very significant change on this project. So the reason for that is the scope of the project is increased. As more lots were sold, we increased some of the paving, which required the increase of water lines, increase the sewer lines, and then probably more significantly, adding the detention cells to the site. Now, that happened at a point in the project where the contractor had already placed fill on part of the project, essentially from on 29th Street from Jaeger Road to Lincoln Road. So we stopped him from bringing fill material in and redirected him to excavate the detention cell, use the material on site as fill. Well, the fill require the amount of excavation coming out of the detention cell is basically enough fill to fill every street out in the subdivision. It's more than what we needed. So what they've done with the fill is as they excavated, and if you go out there today, they've got nearly all the excavation done. Weather's kind of been messing us up. They've got nearly all the excavation done for the 10-year storm. There's a pretty good hole out in the ground. And they've got just about all of the streets in the whole subdivision filled. The streets that we're paving, plus the streets that are in reserve that will be paved at somewhere later in the future. And then when the change came for the 100-year storm, there will be enough fill from that site, from that excavation to, we have to build a berm along the east side of the detention cell, the side that's abuts the backyards in Central Park. We'll have enough fill to basically fill future 32nd Street as well. And then if we have any additional fill, we won't really know until we finally get everything in place and balance out all the numbers. We will, if we have extra, we'll just store it on site, and then it would be used for future fill within the subdivision, whether that be for the joint law enforcement or somewhere else on site. But rather than have a contractor come in and haul all that fill away and charge us to haul it away, we're using it on site. So the numbers that you see there, some of that is not necessarily for this project, what we're actually going to put concrete over top of, but we will have for the future project, we won't have to do the fill there. So we're kind of paying it forward a little bit. So essentially that's kind of how we got to where we are tonight. And then the change order, I don't want to guess what the number is. It's like $1,090,000, $1,087,168. And that again is just an estimate based on the quantities that we feel we're going to have on a unit-based contract, which all of my contracts are. You pay a certain dollar amount for, let's say, how many square yards of concrete you put down, how many lineal feet of sewer line you put down. So at the end of the project, let's say we maybe think we're going to have 1,000 feet of sewer pipe. Well, it comes out 985. We only pay the 985. So that, again, that would be a change order. So this will all be balanced out. But to keep this project moving so that we can continue to allocate the money to pay the contractor is ready to start paving. But he's hesitant because he needs to know if he's going to get paid based on this change order that we have tonight. So I hope I didn't bore you with a lot of extra information, but I felt some explanations definitely needed in this case.
Councilman Yerger.
A couple questions, Dave. Your staff report. So this started out as 29th Street paving project, essentially, right?
Well, it was 29th and Lincoln, 29th Street and Lincoln Avenue.
Right.
Yes.
My mistake. Yeah.
Right.
Included both.
It was an L-shaped street. Yes.
Right. And my understanding is that there are some lots in the subdivision that we have that are not going to be chargeable for any infrastructure. So I assume they won't be chargeable for this added infrastructure either.
That would be my understanding.
Can you clarify for me whether or not, other than for the lot sold to that particular purchaser, whether others in the tech park are being charged for infrastructure, including this additional amount that would be increasing the amount of cost for infrastructure?
That is something I wasn't involved in, but Brian is shaking his head no, so I'm taking my cue from that.
Okay, I suspected as much. You said at the bottom of your staff report, there's fill for future streets in the subdivision. I'm curious as to, are those streets already identified on the plats that we've been looking at, or are these streets other than those that are on the pending plat?
No, I believe these are all platted streets at this
So these
time.
would involve the cul-de-sac streets that are on the
Yes.
eastern side.
You-
That's the
yes.
street you're referring to?
You have Oxford Street is the cul-de-sac. So you got Lincoln Road, then you got Oxford, which is the first cul-de-sac to the east, and then you have Buckingham, which is a cul-de-sac, and then the connector street that ties up to future 132nd or 32nd Street.
And based on your prior answer, I assume you'll defer to the city administrator as to whether or not the costs associated with those projects will be built into any cost recovery the city has for the lots.
Yeah,
I'm
I
assuming the
couldn't tell
answer
you.
again is going to be no.
I couldn't tell you.
And therein lies my final comment. We've already invested in roughly, I think, according to Ms. Mitchell's and the city administrator's information given to us months ago, about $5 million and counting now, we're into the infrastructure in the tech park. And now we're going to do another $1 million of infrastructure. And I'm really torn on this one personally, because the detention area work that they're doing is something that is necessary relative to what this council said that they wanted to do, was to expand the detention cell to protect the citizens that are in residential properties located to the east. So certainly the detention work needs to be done. But the interesting fact about all of this is that we won't build it as the property owner. We aren't going to build this into the price of lots sold, and haven't in the past and don't plan to in the future. That's quite disturbing to me.
Any other questions for staff? Dave, they're already there, right? I mean, essentially, that's a benefit to the city. If they're already there, might as well dig out the detention and get the streets done. And essentially, that's saving the city lots of money in regards to the infrastructure in the lot.
The contractor is on site. He
He's on
was
site.
there today working. He's probably listening tonight because he wants to start paving. He's got a paving machine out there that he's paying rent on, and he wants to put it to work.
Sure. Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 Northeast Street. This started on your 1 and 6 year plan in 2021 as an $800,000 project. There was pushback then over who was going to pay for it. And the discussion was I wasn't to be had at that moment in time. And so you've already approved just shy of 2.1 million, and now you're going to throw over another $1 million on the platter. And Councilman Yerger had commented that you'll have over $6 million vested in this property, which that's fine and dandy. But typically when a developer has property or a landowner has property and there's paving done and there's improvements to the property and infrastructure, they pay for that. If I build a home, I'm not going to be gifted free sanitary sewer. I'm not going to be gifted free hookup to the water or to the utilities themselves. And God forbid if the street that I decided to move on to build a new house is not paved. I don't think the city's going to gift me free concrete. In fact, when they tear up alleyways and other streets, those homeowners have to pay for it when they have the sewer lines replaced, and they have to create a new district to pay for those taxes so they can pay for the new infrastructure. You have $900,000 plus that's going to be given back to the new landowners and the businesses. I get it, economic development, but at what cost? And I don't disagree that some of these changes are needed, but this was the low bidder on the project. There was a request at that time for a detention cell and an increase in that capacity and size. There's been a pushback back and forth at the planning commission over what they're being given by administration because they haven't been considered on the proper plats. So that still isn't settled on that side of the fence. And yet you're considering yet again, not just a $100,000 increase to a $2 million contract, you're looking at over $1 million freaking dollars. You had $3.2 million to a project that has 3.6 on it. How much free land are you giving away? And how much is the taxpayer being asked to bear? And how many more streets are going without being paved because of this? Hopefully in the future, you all think about these steps moving forward, because good intents now have some bad results.
Any other comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Councilman Ellis?
Well, it's hard to swallow the $1 million increase. I am thankful that we're spending the money, some of it on the detention pond that hopefully will relieve some homeowners issues. And the one last thing that I would ask the city administration is to absorb this cost in any other land that we sell out there. We should be able to bump the price of it up because we're putting that dirt down. So I would ask that the city administration not bring any more contracts to this council unless this cost has been added to the lot prices.
Any other comments from council? Seeing none, I take a motion in regards to resolution 2021-138. Councilman Legband?
I make the motion to approve resolution 2021-138.
Councilman Gibson?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
Item 21, executive session for the purpose and discussion of Ward 3 City Council member replacement application and recommendation. Take a motion to continue indefinitely. Okay. Go ahead.
I didn't remove this item this evening. We didn't act on the motion to rearrange the order of the agenda so that this might be effective. I'm saddened by that. I'm saddened by the opinion that was given by legal with regards to this item was out of order with regards to its wording, because it was based on the wording that was inherent in the mayor's originally released agenda item, which did not name a specific party to be voted on for the evening, only listed the 4 applicants for the job. And as a result, the discussion would have been about what was on the agenda under that original motion. The fact that that was changed on the fly to do a specific appointment was a different matter completely. So from that perspective, this agenda item is probably not relevant, but I wanted to at least say this in regards to this. This may or may not have been discussed specifically, but it should have been. The appointee in this case only found out about the selection yesterday, as did the other candidates for the Ward 3 position. And it put the appointee in a very awkward position tonight, I think, with regards to the meeting's full agenda and the very critical items on the agenda. And public elected council members typically have at least a month to observe and several weeks actually to prepare, days at least, not a few hours to prepare for acting in their role as a city council member. I feel, some angst, I guess, relative to our new council member and the way he was faced into this. I don't know how much time he actually got, but I understood from the email that we received, it was some hours of prep relative to the budget, which is a hugely complex item. And we thrust you into something this evening that you have my greatest sympathies on, because it's difficult for us how you could have, you can be a whiz, maybe you are, I don't really know, but to have digested all of that in a few hours, man, you are some. I just think that we could have done better. Typically, we've done that differently. If we were elected officials, we would get our appointments, we would know that we have the job in November. We wouldn't take our seats until December. We would have those opportunities to visit, watch what's going on, and certainly to react to the packet material well in advance of having to deal with it, and have far more time than 24 hours or less as was allowed for you this evening. So kudos to you personally for having to do what you did tonight on such short notice. I wish that we had actually had this dialogue earlier in the meeting and entertained all of that, not only for us council members, but for you personally, because I think we might have done you a disservice in expecting you to have digested everything that you could and should have. With that, I withdraw this item from the agenda.
Take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Councilman Gibson, thank you. Second. Councilman Jensen. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0, Mayor.
We are adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.